We're live, Mark.
Welcome, everybody, to our 2026 NHL Draft Show. I'm Mark Edwards, along with Jerome Berube, Jay Johnson, and Brad Allen. We're missing a couple of our guys right now. I'm not sure if they're going to join in later. Watch, one of them can't make it. But we're ready to go here for our second live stream. Last year, we decided about, 24 or 48 hours before the Friday to officially do it. This year, we decided a little bit earlier, so slightly more organized, I hope. And I don't have a live look at the chat or anything right now. I'll get on that. But welcome to everybody. And hey, guys, so what's going on? Jerome, you first?
Well, not much is going on. I'm just checking a bit. The chat is starting to get active. Our viewers are rising, so should be a good 5 hours, 4 hours.
Well, it was a little over 4 last year, I think.
Yeah.
Depends on the trades. Maybe we get to 5 this year. Depends how many trades we want to talk about. There's a lot happening, a lot of movement.
Yeah, we
both
need
others go top 10. That's half our conversation. Let's do it. Thanks everyone for joining, by the way. Appreciate it. Means a lot to us.
I like the booth action. Need that one. I'm on the floor there.
I'm not even looking. What's it look like? Does it look nicer than last year's, or?
It's just like the
well, last year was just in the theater, so this year they're in the rink, but they set it up with little pods for the families with couches.
It's like 16 station of like couch for each family, and then when one player gets picked, they move the highest ranked player on Central to that station. So basically, they replace. But we'll see. We'll see how that looks.
Right.
Just go back to the sphere.
That would be nice, huh?
I've had a few people tell me next year it's going back to normal and going to be in Montreal. They were trying for Montreal this year and couldn't get hotels.
That was fun. Montreal's good. Montreal's always got the good environment, good vibe.
Good ice cream, Brad.
Good ice cream. Got Ben and Jerry's. We got everything.
A lot of good food there.
Got the fuel. I got nothing on me right now. I did tell Mark on the phone last night, though, if the number one pick, if Chaika is using misdirection and it is not McKenna, I will buy 5 double Baconators tonight. Guaranteed. I'll eat them all right now. I don't care if that's misdirection.
And will not be with us tomorrow.
11 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm in trouble. Yeah, I'll be dealing with a hangover just for bacon. Yeah, that's a tough one. But I'll do it. I swear, if he actually is using misdirection. And if York goes top 4, we got, I'll eat an entire ice cream cake. I'll go order Dairy Queen right now and order an entire ice cream cake and smash it. That's
I don't know why hockeyprospect.com doesn't have we're not brought to you by like an ice cream.
We should have a sponsorship. Yeah. We should have a Haagen-Dazs sponsorship, some sort of ice cream manufacturing sponsorship. That's what we do. Yeah. That's how we scout. That's how I scout. Tell that right now.
You're in Oakville too, eh? Right now, you got all that stuff close by.
I do. I won't lie to you. I do. I'm very aware of it. Any questions, Jerome?
Not exactly a big crowd. Compared to a regular draft.
Do you think the picks go faster or slower than last year's? Because they were slow last year, right? We had a lot of filler time.
I don't remember.
Yeah, no question so far. Just we're not going to show the draft. That was one question. We don't want our channel to survive tonight. So.
Make for a short show.
Yeah. No question. But we're 266 person watching so far. So
wow,
nice.
So the draft is not even begin. So
we got to about 2,000 last year, which was good.
Yeah, we got like people on YouTube, people on Twitter also watching. So
it was fun. This will be an awesome time. Hopefully the big thing is like the first round. Hopefully it goes a bit out of order. You get some crazy picks by the time 8, 9, 10 spot. If you can get something different, there's a whole lot to talk about and changes everything. So, and this draft, like this is pretty interesting draft in the sense that there's no teams have any sort of consensus in the top 10, let alone down between 11 and 32. So we're going to see a pretty sporadic order, I think, which will make things very interesting.
I want a monster trade up.
Yeah, I wonder if Larkin gets traded here. If Larkin gets traded today, or if the Robertson deal, a new one gets finalized. There's a lot of possible.
I mean, it looks like Peterka is going to get done soon to Boston.
Who do you think it's for?
I think I read a few first round pick.
So not Letourneau, not.
I mean, it didn't say. I don't know who said it, but what I read quickly on Twitter, it was like maybe 2 first round pick. I don't know. I read quickly, but our favorite defenseman from the 2021 class just signed a 5-year deal with the LA Kings. Brent Clark.
Yeah, he's polarizing. Yeah, for sure.
7.4 average per season. So.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
No.
Getting in front of it before it gets crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see with Bull and Byram and see what he gets. And I assume they wanted to get ahead of that. They wanted to get ahead of whatever Byram's going to make.
Like the numbers that were rumored, it was like 12, 13 a year. I was like, damn.
I would get ahead of it just like LA did then. Yeah, you want to get out in front of that pretty quickly.
I think it's too late.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. The Zellweger deal was interesting. 45 and pretty interesting. Experimental power forward, hybrid power forward, coming off kind of a flat season, but a ton of interesting mechanics to him.
Oh, Buffalo did well. Those 2 trades, they did well. Like Zellweger.
Listen, the Bond villain's
player.
back. The Bond villain is back. Yarmo is back. What a crazy summer he's had. He just needs to draft Bjork at 4, drop the mic, leave. That's it. It's over. Take off on his yacht that can turn into a
I'm curious what Buffalo's going to do, like with the 4, because they've been rumored trying to acquire, someone. They thought Hellebuck was a candidate, Matthew Nice was a candidate, so they clearly trying to do something here.
Well, they're trying to move Levi. They are trying to move Devin Levi.
Yeah, he doesn't have much value anyway, so.
Yeah, they're kind of in this tough spot there because, they're not going to get much value back. And he still has potential to take off with another team. So I assume they're going to try to get for a mid-round pick if they can.
Yeah,
that's
so like my guess. If they cut him in camp, I think he has to go through a waiver.
He has to go for waivers, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So he has to trade him.
Yeah.
They got to trade him in the summer. Might as well be today. Might as well give us more to talk about.
Yeah. Let me check if we have any question.
Gary's come out.
Oh,
you're ahead of me then. He just came out now for me.
Okay, well.
As long as we're synced up.
We're close.
Mm-hmm.
Happy I have it on you.
Yes, sir.
I'll just show some comments like that from the chat.
Sure.
Very, very nice one here. Like praising us, Brad.
We'll take it. Sometimes it goes the other way. So
thank you, Becker Barbell. Like very, very kind.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for tuning in, Becker. Appreciate it. Some of our views are what you consider polarizing relative to mainstream media that you're going to read on hockey when it comes to drafts. But believe me when I say Jerome and myself and Jay, Brad, and Mark, like we really put in a lot of work. We watch a whole lot of these kids. So, we think you deserve what our actual viewpoint is as opposed to trying to honestly hide a bit among the masses and kind of give a take that can, enter a double-tiered deluxe bubble system where it can go either way. That's a hint. But it's this is a very unique class in the sense that like there's so much back and forth from pick 1 onward. There's just no consensus whatsoever. I do expect actually what happened last year to happen this year with the draft, where we do get 2 goalies drafted in the first. I do think because it gets a bit weaker as we go down in the 20s there, I won't be shocked at all if both Horacek and Trable are taken, just like what we had with Andrionov and Ravensbergen last year.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting because when one goes, the other might go very quickly. So something to look for.
Got a question here. What do you think about the fit of Stenberg and the Sharks? Kind of assuming it happens. I think would be an incredible duo with Celebrini. Yeah. Anyway, anybody playing with Celebrini is like
Yeah, he makes life easy.
Yeah, I think there's I've gotten a lot of Eklund debate, like how much better is Stenberg than Eklund? The answer would be for sure a better prospect at the same stage, more NHL ready at the same stage as well. I think Stenberg's probably the most NHL ready offensive forward in this class. And as you guys know, San Jose fans know, like you're attempting to accelerate this slightly. Stenberg does accelerate the rebuild that much faster because he can just plug and play him next season where Eklund was. He's a better shooter than Eklund. Playmaking wise, I think Eklund's peak playmaking probably beats out Stenberg's, but in terms of like handling, shooting, combination, consistency, ability to absorb contact, physically be engaged and get the high danger areas more often, he's ahead of Eklund from that regard.
He's a lot stronger physically.
A lot stronger, a lot bigger build, bigger frame.
Yeah.
Eklund has to be a lot more evasive, almost like Noah Ostlund out of Buffalo, where they have to be much more evasive, use their edge work, manipulate opposing players, their feints, their fake contact points, etc. Where Stenberg, he can fight through checks, he can absorb contact, he can roll off of contact, he can use pick and roll options to his advantage, much like Bjork from that perspective. So he'll be perfect on the top unit in the power play, setting up Celebrini all day. And he's very good 200-foot game, and that really helps San Jose because, as you guys know, like San Jose's defense not the greatest last season. So they need as many 200-foot players as they can get, and Stenberg definitely brings some of that to the table.
Speaking of that, there's a question about their defense here. If Shark goes Stenberg and then miss out on Reed, Carrolls, Verhoff, Smith, Rudolph, the fun question becomes: do they go Vigo or Malte? Well, if Vigo is there at 9, you just take
It'd be hard to pass that up.
Yeah.
The Malte Gustafsson is going to be very good, and he's a minute eater that they need. They do need a Malte Gustafsson. He's going to do what Keandre Miller did for Carolina. Essentially, that's going to be his role. That's how he's going to play the position. And he is interesting in the sense that when you look what he did in the SHL, he's closer to the show than some of these other kids that we're talking about today. Like, he's more mature. He already plays with a ton of structure. He held and ate a lot of minutes in the SHL and kept improving. There's a whole lot of accelerated development there. His curve is very good. Some of the best performances I saw from defensemen this season were him in the SHL against some of the better teams in the SHL. So a lot of runway, a lot of potential. The biggest difference would be not as high a ceiling as the aforementioned D that you have there, minus Smits would be the only argument. But Smits is a bit meaner. Smits is a bit more physically imposing. But Gustafsson's smarter. Gustafsson's better at taking ice and understands, I think, actually how to quarterback slightly better than Smits, which might be surprising to some of you. But we think Smits' Smits' production it kind of masks his deficiencies offensively. Don't think he's as intelligent as Malte.
7:15 before they got on the clock.
Not surprised. This will be a long one. I think we're going 5 hours.
I'll post more comments since, they're on the clock. Maybe I have a few seconds to post some.
Yeah, they've been on 2.
Thanks, Johnny. Found you guys on HF boards and then been enjoying your content. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Johnny.
One more question quickly, Brad, maybe.
Yeah.
How likely do you guys think Colin ended up as a center?
You want to take that, Jerome, or me?
Take it.
We think he's a center, yeah, for sure. He's a bit more raw in his infancy in terms of understanding the 200-foot game relative to Malhotra, Savanto, Bjork, etc. But the runway is very, very long. He had a massive, like 6 to 7 inch growth spurt recently, which kind of took out his hip flexors, which is why he was in and out of the lineup a little bit and having a bit of difficulty there. But the skating base is certainly that of a center. He can play a 200-foot game. He does anticipate well. He's very intelligent. The big thing with him is he can overhandle pucks and try to be too much of a possession driver. But we think once he matures, he'll start opening up his options because he does see the ice well. He does find lateral options in transition. And he's phenomenal at taking the offensive line himself because his handling rates are so impressive. So long term, yeah, Cullen could absolutely be a center. And don't be shocked in a redraft if he's top 5, 6. Like that's how much runway and potential there is. He is one of the youngest players in this draft, which is interesting because there's a lot of young players in this class that can really improve and really impress us and honestly probably like to supersede where we have them. Right? Like Oliver Savanto is a September birthday. Cullen, I believe, is a September birthday. There's a couple others that are like super high. Hemming is a very, very young kid for this draft class. There's a whole lot of that. So
our ranking reflects the fact that we see him as a center, and if you see him go top 11, 12, tonight, then you're going to pretty much know the NHL teams think that too, because he's got a few flaws in his game. But if you see him as a center, that you're believing that he can play through that, and that would reflect the spot. All right, Gary. Gary, waiting for the booze.
I'm ready.
Yeah, another reason Cullen could go very high is that after that tier of Cullen Savanto, the center position, like that drops. There's a huge tier discrepancy there in terms of the skill, talent level, all of that drops. So that's why teams might jump very quickly on a player like Cullen and Savanto. Don't be shocked if Savanto goes higher than people think too.
Yeah, he's whether he's a center or wing, he's a supreme talent player.
Yeah.
He's going to get better. Like you could say, there's some Clayton Keller in his game.
Yeah, definitely.
At his best, he does look sometimes like Jack Hughes. I'm not saying he's the next Jack Hughes, but his skill level is that high.
Yeah. Playing at full speed, he can really handle the puck for sure.
Like Justin Bieber is making the pick. I'm not even kidding.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Could be.
Oh, they got to go back to the other drafts.
The OHL did it right this year. The OHL was done in no time at all. They were pick after pick, and
there's no trade. There's also no trade in the OHL.
There is no trades. I know, and they don't put on their show, but they did a really good job.
Steve Nash doesn't look impressed.
Oh,
we're still in Dion.
Celine Dion's there again? She was there last year, wasn't she? Or
But she did the Demidov pick.
the Demidov pick, right?
Yeah.
With the Sphere.
I mean, we all know who's going to be number one here.
I'll order the 5 Baconators, double patty, everything right now if it's misdirection.
picks in. It's a shocker.
Okay. All
I
right.
can't even.
We have one pick. Gavin McCann, number 1 pick. Anyone want to talk about McKenna? Brad?
Well, considering I went off for 25 minutes breaking down the kids' medal game the other day, sure. Yeah, so Toronto, you are getting remarkably dynamic talent. He will immediately help your power play and basically correct it forever. Like as long as he's there, your power play will be unbelievable. It makes some sense with Matthews there, Nylander, like he can find them instantly. This is one of the best playmakers we've ever scouted, probably the best playmaker we've ever scouted as a staff collectively, at least since McDavid. Handling ability is second to none. The scoring rates are interesting in terms of where he falls in. Some people might think that he can really develop his shooting mechanics to another level, learn to drive and get into the interior portions of the rink a little bit more than he currently does. That would maybe increase his goal scoring ability, but really this is like a generational playmaker. But as I quote in the book, generational passer, not a generational player. That's kind of how we look at him. He is not the next Matthew Schaefer or Celebrini. This is not a franchise alterer in the way that they are, where they can dominate and dictate the game at both ends of the ice. That's where McKenna really struggles, and it's going to take him a lot more time than what you've seen with Schaefer and Celebrini. So really his career will be defined based off buy-in. Is he willing to commit to the 200-foot game more often than he currently does? And he's willing to engage more than he currently does.
If there's a trade, do I announce it or I wait for Gary to announce it?
You're ahead of Gary? We might as well get ahead.
Beat
Twitter.
Gary.
Twitter is telling me.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't talk about if we're going to do spoilers or not. I think no spoilers is the way to go.
Okay.
I can't remember last year what we did.
If it's on Twitter, is it a spoiler?
Yeah, technically.
Okay.
I think the other thing we should just add is we don't think he's Kucherov and Patrick Kane levels of offense. We're thinking more 100, 110 point type of premium player, still phenomenal. But not at that. We'd be surprised, let's put it that way, if he got to Kane, Kucherov levels. That doesn't mean he can't still be an extraordinarily useful player for a very long time.
Yeah. As you said, the playmaking is so elite.
Crazy.
And there's some other part of his game that we're not too crazy about. So that's why, for us, we didn't have him as our number one guy. But it's just how we see things and what we value and what we don't value. So
a lot of Marner in the playmaking, and then not so much Marner in some of the other strengths of Marner's game.
Yeah, I mean, away from the puck, not
just
close.
away from the puck, he's got a lot of growing to do.
Hey, our friend Farkas is in the chat room.
Hey, Farkas.
Not a boy. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
We're not the only ones saying it. That one's not too hard. I mean, occasionally he does bring what he needs to the table. Occasionally he will strip pucks. He'll anticipate off the puck correctly. He'll use a stick. He will engage occasionally. It's just nowhere near to the degree that you see typically in an elite style player. Celebrini and Schaefer wasn't even something we questioned. It was why it was so evident that they were number one overall to us, because they were so dominant on both sides. McKenna is extraordinarily dominant on the power play, less dominant on 5-on-5, and then not dominant in any capacity when it comes to off-puck play right now. The one thing he could do to really torch us in our evaluation is if he could get his skating base to a very dynamic level that we couldn't project out. Because he's nimble, his three-step area quickness is very good, his edge work is good, he can punch turn, his linear crossover mechanics are solid, he's dexterous, but his open ice straight line mechanics are not that good relative to what you typically want to see in a top-end player. So that, I think, is one of the reasons he does his playmaking differently. He's a master manipulator. It's extremely difficult to intercept his passes because it's very difficult to determine where they're coming from. So he manipulates everybody, but he's not somebody who's he's not Nathan McKinnon. He's not going to just dynamically explode past you and cut through your hands and just drive. It's very. But
he's not even close. Not even close to that. No. He's an elite player who plays too much on the perimeter.
Yeah.
And he needs to start digging in and winning more pucks on his own and stop shying away from some of the physical stuff, getting a little dirty in there. And that'll turn him into a ridiculous player if he can do that. And that's within his control. So I think one worrisome part, for me was, we talked about his low compete before World Junior, and then that talk was out there during World Junior, and he talked about it and talked about how much harder he was competing, and he really wasn't competing hard at all. So to me, a little concerning when the player thinks he's competing and he's not competing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best quality I think any prospect can have is to really understand their game. So that was, also he also said that he thought he played great at the World Junior because he was averaging 2 points per game. I was like, okay, that's not how you that's not how you assess if you're playing well or not, in my opinion.
The best player at the tournament was the guy we have number 1.
Yeah.
And Thomas the Thumb Galvez. I can't wait to break down on day 2. Whoever gets him. Can't wait to break that down.
Yeah. We'll see. You think he goes second round, Brad?
No. Teams aren't crazy enough to do that. I would do it, but so I'm sitting here. No, I think he probably goes top 4 rounds, though. I would say top 4 rounds.
Yeah.
4th round? That sounds about right to me.
Jerome, you got our graphic there at the bottom to just show the top 10, our top 10. Can you see which one it is?
Do I have this?
Yeah, I uploaded it. It'll be one of the bottom overlays.
Yeah, okay. I don't know which one is it, though.
Yeah, just a sec. I'll go in. I'm working off a little screen here.
Well, while they're doing this, everyone, our comparable for McKenna was kind of like a fusion between Artemi Panarin, Kent Johnson, Trevor Zegras. You splash a bit of Evgeny Kuznetsov in there. Kind of a fusion of that. But
is this it?
That's top rate hockey sense.
Who?
That's a top 10 prospect. Yeah.
There we go. It's a professional operation. My screen's too small, too far away to see it.
Yeah, so our number 3 is off the board. So we'll see what San Jose does, but looks like they're going to take Stenberg from.
It will be very interesting if they don't. If they do take a defenseman here, that would be pretty interesting because then Vancouver really has options.
Yeah. If they don't, Vancouver's got to take Stenberg.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I wonder if Pedersen gets traded here tonight. That'd be interesting. What if Pistol Pete's on the move tonight?
Jeez. Yeah.
Because his contract looks a lot more movable with the new contracts we're seeing now.
Yeah.
Like before, it was like, oh man, it didn't look as movable. But now,
Vancouver's going to have to pay some money too on that.
Yeah, they might have to, depending on what's coming back. But yeah, he looks mentally checked out of Vancouver. Yeah, I couldn't believe they honestly kept him there for as long as they did, just because like the associations there. Like when you're going to war with another teammate, in this case JT Miller, like your association's at the rink.
Pick syndrome.
The rink, it's
okay.
It's going to affect him.
Sorry. It was the pick.
They're introducing the guest announcer.
Are you ahead, Jay Brad? Do you see it?
He's still talking. I haven't seen any guests come out yet.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh. Another trade that I see on Twitter that I'm not allowed to mention.
Oh, is it a big one?
Yeah. That's actually a player we like a lot in this draft year.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do we like him less now, or do we still like him?
No, he's been playing really well for his team. Like he had a deep playoff run. So Ivor Stenberg is the pick here.
There it is. So that accelerates the rebuild immediately, which that was expected. That's what San Jose is going after for sure. They want to start contending with their young crop right now.
They have so many forwards also.
This means that their next pick here at 9 for sure is going to be a defenseman.
Yeah. I mean,
guaranteed, essentially.
I wonder who they're hoping.
Yeah, right.
Unless Vigo falls.
Yeah. Well.
If they get Stenberg and Vigo in one draft in the top 10, man, oh my God. Oh, That would be something pretty special.
Yeah, they're
But they desperately need a defenseman. They really
San
do.
Jose's living right, man. They are living right.
Yeah, they're doing okay.
Rainy. Now this kid, they get the second spot. Get this kid.
I think what will determine which defenseman they go with is depending on what they think Sam Dickinson will be. Do they think Sam Dickinson is their top quarterback? If they don't, then they might lean offensive defenseman. If they do that, then you're looking at Daxton or Rudolph as a make or break glass cannon type of pick, where he has a very low floor but extremely high ceiling. And
If he's still there.
If he's still there.
I think he might be gone.
Might be gone by then, yeah, maybe.
I think he's going to be gone.
Do they move up, Mark, and take one of your favorites, Ryan Lynn? Do they take somebody like Ryan Lynn?
No, I think Lynn will be more towards the mid. Yeah, somewhere around there. Depends. So much is just dependent on who's in front here. Like
Tommy Blyle, Brad.
Everybody was picking a D for San Jose, nonstop picking a D at this spot, and that's toast. So it's just it. Take the best player on your board.
Do they go really wild card? Do they go Xavier Villeneuve? Right, that's another one San Jose could target. They got a lot of infrastructure for him.
I was telling you, Mike Greer, former BU guy.
True.
Where is Xavier Villeneuve going to play next year?
Right, exactly.
BU. So maybe there's a connection there. Maybe they just they don't
ruin a good thing.
I don't know.
Also, from like a draft philosophy perspective, like that's when if you solidify your draft, Stenberg is that, you can start to swing. And there is no bigger swing than Xavier Villeneuve. That's when you accidentally smoke your teammate with a baseball bat when you're trying to play some
or you
ball.
can just not get cute and take a great player.
Now, Mark isn't the biggest fan of Xavier Villeneuve's game relative to some others, but he does have a tremendous amount of offensive gifts, and he is the best skater in this class. And you can't stop him from breaking down the first layer. The problem with Villeneuve's game is that once he breaks down that first layer, he can become a turnover machine. He's more error prone than you would ever want to see in a smaller defenseman, because though theoretically he has the skating for the rate of recovery to defend, he's not that good instinctually at defense either. And that's putting it mildly. So he's a massive boomer bust type of prospect. But if he was to hit, then San Jose is terrifying. Terrifying with that.
I honestly don't think he's going to go in the first round. I think it's more maybe like a high second round.
He didn't even put up points. Did we mention that we think Stenberg's probably about the most NHL ready player? So
yeah, Brad did.
Yeah.
All right, Vancouver's on the clock.
This is where things get real intriguing. We'll see. We'll see if they'll actually take Malhotra.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be that, and it feels like the last few days there's a lot more talk that they might not go that direction. So that's interesting. Me personally, I just don't think it's great.
If you want to take him, don't hire his dad.
Well, they hired his dad, so
yeah, I just don't think it's a great situation having.
Although he might be fired before the kid gets there.
Yeah, the way Vancouver's firing.
No fault of his own. I'm not saying he's not a good coach, but when you're a coach of,
well, just look at the history of the Vancouver coach, Brad. You know this more than me. Like it's 2 years, and it's like you're gone.
Yeah, you might be on the move for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of rotation.
Coaches they're hired to be hired, and when you're on a bad team, it's hard to stick around a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like they're trying to stabilize the ship, though. I will say Vancouver's looking like they're trying to create some stability there and create some infrastructure where I think that same communications getting passed through year after year, as opposed to being all over the map there. Yeah. So if they keep
Utah did a good job with Andre Tournier, but he was doing too much early on and screwed up their rebuild.
Remember, Colorado almost let go of Bednar before their run. they almost fired him after his first season. Right. So
And, good to see Andre just got a new contract.
yeah,
All right.
well deserved.
Gary's back at the podium.
The pick is in.
This will be interesting.
Let's see what they pick.
Oh, the guest host friggin' pickers. Kobe Smulders.
Well, they picked Caleb Malhotra.
Interesting. The
Our
dynamic
number
begins.
2 ranked player.
True.
Great pick.
Tell us why I love him, Mark.
Caleb is a very well-rounded, very complete player. He will eventually, in his NHL career, be like another coach out on the ice. For his age, and also the fact that he was an OHL rookie because he played in the BCHL last year, incredibly defensively responsible, and takes pride in that part of the game. A lot of his game kind of screams, dad was an NHLer. And then when you know who his dad is, you really see the similarities. And then just overall, a kid who got a lot better this year, development curve going up, and not a whole lot of weaknesses in his game. Definitely nothing glaring. So love the pick. For me, he was right up there with the best in the class, and Vancouver just got a great player at number 3.
Kind of a different type of player, but like he just got better and better and better as the season went on. It's and a great playoff, which is kind of similar to what Seneca had in his draft year. Like he had like a fine season, and then the playoff where he exploded for Oshawa, and something similar with Malhotra here, but different type player. I mean, Seneca a lot more talented, but Malhotra is talented, yes, but it's the complete game that we really like with him.
Yeah, extremely efficient, more efficient than Seneca. Not as beautiful in terms of the handling magic and the creation type of play style, and not as big, but certainly looks like he'll have a more polished, detailed game, but also can make some remarkable passing plays. And he's very creative. One thing I'm going to give Malhotra more than some of these other kids that are going to get drafted here in the top 15 is that he's a very inventive and creative playmaker. Like he'll try all sorts of unique postural moves, or he'll back up into an opponent almost like Jaromir Jagr style, and then try moves between his legs and try passing plays at unique angles. And he has no problem taking hits while still executing plays, and he can find weak side options. He can do a whole lot for you. It's just, as Mark mentioned, like he's a bit more into his infancy when it comes to it. Like this is a player who kind of surged out of nowhere. Like he's coming from the BCHL, didn't even put a point per game in his -1, right? So he goes from that. Now he's I think he had 80, 90 points. So pretty remarkable. The other factor one of the reasons we looked at him is because he's a bigger center. Like he's not small, 6'2" kid, a lot of runway, and they have Marco Rossi there. Rossi's obviously a bit of a smaller center, so I'm sure they took that into consideration.
Yeah, it's a good fit. When I first saw him, I didn't think he was as skilled as he turned out to be. And then obviously the players just get better too as the year goes along. But that was my initial reaction, was just loved his game, but just didn't know about the ceiling because just didn't think the skill was as good as it turned out to be when I saw more of him as the season went along. Brad just mentioned the playmaking. It really is, I think, an underrated part of his game. He's such a well-rounded player that it almost, takes away from some of the other strong points that people don't give him enough credit for goal scoring and his playmaking. So, good pick, Vancouver.
It will be interesting. I mean, what's the last time we've seen a coach-son relationship where it's like a top-end player coming through, and there's a coach that that's his dad in the NHL. I'm trying to remember the last time that's happened. Because Brendan Moore had his son there for a bit, but that was, a very different circumstance.
Way back, way back, Boom Boom Geoffrion was the coach of the Canadiens, and his son Danny was on the Canadiens. Like that was in the
it was
early 80s, I think.
80s? Yeah, that's the 80s. I think we're going way back now.
No, but it was not a good situation. Like back, even they talk about this like that. The Geoffrion family, they were like, yeah, that was not a good situation.
Hopefully this one goes a bit better than that.
Yeah. Happens more often in junior hockey, but like NHL, it's pretty rare.
Extremely rare. Yeah. I'll be honest. I felt bad for Malhotra with his interview because half his interviews were asking questions about his dad instead of him.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, you get your opportunity to.
Or his uncle.
Forgot about her.
Steve Nash.
Steve Nash is up, yeah.
Yeah.
We need a producer.
We do, yeah. Yeah. This is really where things open up. I couldn't even begin to tell you the direction Buffalo's taking this.
No.
There you go.
Oop.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Buffalo, are they keeping the pick? Are they trading down?
Do they go with the philosophy of just getting another monster D and like Keaton Verhoff? Do they take the biggest D that's at the top end in Verhoff? Do they get a bit meaner with Smits? Do they take Bjork and have the best summer ever in the history of hockey? Like, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah.
I mean,
they got a lot of smart forwards though.
I would think Jarmo, the way what he values in hockey players, I think he would value Viggo Bjork a lot.
For sure. Well, he loves to dip to the European markets. Like he looks to extract European talent there.
Yeah, but he's not going to draft like a soft player. Like he's going to.
No, probably not.
So that's why I think.
So you never like Jarmo. Jarmo's pretty sporadic when it comes to the drafting.
It's tough to predict.
It's very hard. Yeah, it's hard to get a read sometimes on the direction he'll take it.
So Buffalo's on the clock. Oh, okay. Let me play my.
I won't be shocked if this is even just Chase Reed. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Right. Let's see what it is.
The anticipation. Jerome, if that the Twitter trade you saw, if it's not something that's going to be announced for a while, like it was down this, just do it. I thought it was going to be. I thought it was coming right up.
No.
Yeah, then just after this pick, we'll get through it and then.
Okay. Well, I got 2 trades. So.
Okay, so we'll get through this, and then you can do those 2 before the next pick. Thurman Thomas. Making a pick.
We got a bunch of guests.
Oh, we got a surprise.
It's the Bond villain. He strikes again. Here we go.
Daxon Rudolph is the pick.
They went the highest ceiling early. Highest ceiling early. Okay. Yeah.
Poor man's Bouchard.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Wow.
Surprise.
It's a little bit of a surprise, not a huge surprise.
Nothing is going to be crazy surprise in this top 8 or 9. This is just a really strange year where it's so tight that you can't. It would be you could have 8 people defending 8 different players in this top 8 or so, and everybody would have a pretty good case for defending their guy. It's just a really different year from that standpoint. So for me, this guy reminded me a lot of Evan Bouchard because of the ridiculously good offense and then some not so awesome defensive play. But does not shock me that he's gone off the high because of the way the teams just chase that offense, obviously.
It's interesting for so many reasons because they got Rasmus Dahlin there. right? And Dahlin ain't getting taken off that top unit. You bring in Rudolph. Rudolph that is his specialization. So it's kind of interesting from that perspective. I wonder if one of the reasons they did this is they recognized that Rudolph could take a significant amount of development time compared to some of these other kids. Like you look at Smits, you look at Gustafson, you look at even like Carson Carrolls, Reed. I think they all make the NHL quicker than Rudolph. So it gives Buffalo's development staff more time to get this kid up to being able to play both ends of the ice, because as Mark mentioned, the defense is lacking. He's also for sure the worst skater out of any of the top defensemen in this class. His skating needs work, especially his recovery skating. It reminds us a little bit of Denton Mateychuk in the neutral zone, where when he gets caught in the wrong pivot in the wrong direction, he's getting burned because the straight line mechanics just aren't quick enough to recover. So that's where Rudolph is going to have a bit of difficulty, but brilliant offensive talent, for sure, top power play potential, incredibly good at stretching the length of the ice, very, very efficient playmaker. His career, much like in the sense of McKenna, will be defined by the buy-in. Can you get this kid to be willing to engage more often and then get his defensive instincts up another notch? Because right now they're in their infancy. They're much, much further behind Carson Carrolls, Verhoff, Smits, Gustafson, Lynn, Sherbakov, all of them. It's actually he's got the worst instincts. We've seen him get beat up pretty bad defensively by the Ruck brothers, for instance, when we did the head-to-head of them. He also is the only defenseman in this class who really kind of takes the base positioning and flips it. He'll just float himself out of position. He has difficulty with positional switches, rate of recovery. The only time he really competes is if he's made a mistake. So at least he's willing to engage then. But outside of that, you're wanting more relative to most of these other defensemen.
Jay Brad, you want to add something that Brad has not said?
Brad left you like what his favorite movie is.
I don't have any fun facts on him like that, but no, Brad touched on a lot of it, and Mark, you did as well. Obviously offensive defenseman, he puts up a lot of points. For me, I think what held him back for me all year was the compete and skating. I don't think the skating is great. I think we had him rated at about a 5.5. With the lack of compete in the skating, I had dropped him a bit in my rankings, but I still kept him as an A prospect. Definitely because of that power play one potential, the goal scoring. He had almost 30 goals this year, about just under 80 points, so over a point per game. So obviously great offensive defenseman. The defensive zone, he's not as good. I think the Evan Bouchard comparison is fair. But yeah, a lot of the highlights you're going to see are just great slap shot from the point, power play goal. So
yeah, the offense is legit, very legit.
Yep.
It's impressive. There's a lot to like, and like I said, does not shock me that he went high, because you find offensive defenseman with the talent he has in that
and the
side of the
size,
rink, and they don't last long.
Okay, can I before the Rangers make their pick, can I make the announcement for the trades?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a trade to announce.
It's a high end.
Okay, first trade. So it's Peterka to Boston. It's for Boston first rounder tonight. So I think it's 23rd.
23? Yeah.
And Florida first pick in 2028, top 10 protected. So that's the trade. And the second trade is New York Rangers acquire Pavel Dorofeyev from Vegas.
Whoa.
For 2026 first round pick owned by Dallas. Third round pick this year, 92nd overall. And Elliot said 2028 top 10 protected first. So another first round pick in 228. So
that is a strange trade, isn't it? That's interesting.
That's basically it's Dorofeyev to New York for 2 first round pick. And a third round pick.
That is unexpected.
Peterka and Dorofeyev have the same value, apparently. They were both traded for 2 firsts?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Door 5's coming off a much better season than Paterka.
Yeah.
A lot of teams willing to trade their picks, boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Vegas is
That
back
is
in the
great.
first round. They lost their second round pick. Thank you to John Tortorella for that.
Doors strikes
So
again.
they get back in the first round. So I'm curious, like what they're going to go for. So I think Dallas pick. Let me check where that pick is because I don't remember. But it's pretty late. I'm assuming.
Was Door 5 due a contract soon? What was
Yeah,
Door
yeah.
5?
So they had to resign him, and he's gonna
Right.
cost
They
him.
must have been.
Cost him. Yeah.
They must have had quite a bit of discrepancy between what they valued him at relative to what the agent valued him at. That's interesting.
So Rangers are up. This could be just the first spot that I thought might be Bjork.
That's an important pickup for the Rangers, though. They had difficulty with their scoring race. Door 5 immediately helps them in that regard and can be plugged into the top unit on a flank and do some damage with the man advantage. And he's coming off a fantastic season. So
The pick is in.
Yep.
Okay. My stream died, so. So you guys have to tell me who the pick is. I got
Smith.
Albert Smith.
Yeah.
Here we go. Not surprised. He was mocked in a few plays to Rangers at 5. Chase Reed dropping.
Chase Reed didn't have a great finish to his year. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't still like ascending.
didn't pull a Carroll's. Didn't have the curve Carroll's did.
I didn't think Chase Reed was a whole ton better this year than he was last year. And I'm saying that as someone who really likes his game, but I didn't think he took a huge step this year. He was just,
Brad, you want to talk about Albert Smith here?
Absolutely. So what was our player comp for him, Jerome? It was Keandre Miller. And who did they trade away? Keandre Miller. And now they're looking to acquire that minute eater who can swallow ice and do a tremendous amount of insulation and defensive work for a team. He is one of the most athletic defensemen in this class. He is a matchup defenseman who can deal with those flash and dash style wingers like Jordan Cairo, who was just traded to Washington. His assignment will be to take down a player like Cairo off of the rush, and he can do that. He is mean. He does have some throwback in him. He is also pretty mature for this class, meaning he is closer to being able to play in the show relative to some of these other defensemen. If you saw him at the World Championship, you could see that, the Olympics. For us, why he was a little bit further back is that we don't think that his creativity and instincts offensively are there to quarterback a top power play, maybe power play 2 if things go really right. But he is dangerous in transition. He can activate, he can pinch, he can use his shot, find space then. It's just when it comes to linking his teammates through plays, chaining plays together, the efficiency you're looking for the man advantage, that's where he can struggle a bit with his lateral playmaking.
There's a trade alert, by the way.
Another one.
I don't know if it's the trade that I just talked about, but Gary is talking about a trade right here.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have sound. So
It's the one that you're.
it's we've already done it.
It is the one?
Yeah, it's the Paterka trade.
Okay. So, the thing with him is that he's not a very precise playmaker at this stage in his development. If that can go up another level, that will really help his game translate. That was one of the big struggles the entire length of the season, regardless of environment, that he had some struggle in. But pretty good piece here for the Rangers. And again, we really thought he had a lot of Keandre Miller in him. And of course, the Rangers drafted Keandre Miller. So there's some overlap there.
Yeah.
Flames are up. Flames are up, so
I'm guessing this is the Dorofeev trade.
Yeah, they're probably just announcing both.
Yeah, it is. So both are announced now.
I was ahead of you, Gary.
This is an intriguing one, huh? Because Calgary needs everything, but I really think they need a center. Could this be Cullen? Do they take them?
I think it's gonna be Carroll's.
Take the defenseman, yeah. That way they get Nemec, Carroll's, Peric. They really solidify their back end there.
The farm boy stays in Calgary.
Carroll's or
probably it.
If they go forward, could be could be Bjork.
Yeah, I was thinking with the Nemec acquisition, I was like, oh, maybe it'll go forward.
Maybe they go forward, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll see.
But no such thing as having too many top four defensemen.
Might be
It's not-
wishful. Might be wishful thinking on my part.
I think it's going to be Carroll's.
Well, they're if they did take Bjork,
Just because of the size up front.
Yeah, the size would be
The
very
size up
big,
front.
small
It's
team.
just, if there was a team that he's not a great fit for, it's probably Calgary. Although I would still take him.
Though you see what Seth Jarvis did in the playoffs, and doesn't matter. Just keep him and maybe trade another one.
By the way, the Vegas pick is 20. Sorry, I lost it.
23?
26.
Oh.
That pick has been traded a few times. Dallas, Carolina, your Rangers, and all
Oh,
Vegas.
okay, yeah, the down. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what's interesting too is like Reed will fall past into the in the 7-10 slot, which not many people projected that. That's for sure.
Flames fan here. Love that Rudolph went. I didn't want him with the Flames. More choice for us.
Yeah, not a Calgary fit because Perrick is there.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't really add up for what they would want.
If they draft a D, it's gonna be a left D because Parek, Nemec on the right side. So
Right, they need a lefty.
I chased around watching Reed in the
Pick is in.
playoffs. That's the player I was chasing in the playoffs, and I saw him twice in London and once in Kitchener.
Mhm.
All 3 games he was fine, but he didn't make me want to move him up my list any more than I already had him.
Mhm.
With the extra 3 late viewings, Lanny McDonald's.
did I click my selection?
Lanny's trying to sell tickets right now.
Got to get in the.
They got a new building to fill coming.
When is that up? When is the new building? When are they moving to it?
I don't know. I was talking to Cass last night, and he'll be in there too with the junior team.
Right.
Carroll's.
Carlson Carrolls is the pick. All right.
I guess he's healthy, boys.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's our top defenseman off the board, and kind of much like Malhotra, very well-rounded, no real weaknesses type of player that you can count on to eat some minutes. Really smart, good offensive upside as well, and just kept moving up our board individually and as a group as the season went along. And I don't think he was ranked as the top D in very many places. I didn't see him ranked even as the second best D on many lists that I saw, but he is our number 1 D, and really good pick for Calgary getting him at the 6th hole, guys.
Yeah.
You ready? You want to break down his game? Our dub scout.
Sure. Not the top defenseman out of the dub that I thought I'd have coming into this season, but he sure played his way into that as from really start to finish. Really good 2-way defenseman. I didn't see as a ton of the offensive upside that I saw last year, but really has that top pair potential. He's good at generating offense from the point. He has a pretty good shot. He's good at passer as well. But he can also defend the rush well. He has good mobility, really active stick, very physical. So really good pick for Calgary to kind of, as Brad, Mark, Jerome, we've all said, really solidifies their defensive core. So our top defenseman, and yeah, great pick by Calgary. Sure, we're all a big fan of that.
Yeah, huge fan. Like we talk about Chase Reed like probably not improving. Like Cowell's really improved this year. In the second half, like his offense took off, and the rest was always there. Like the defense was there. He's a good skater. Physicality, he's one of the more of all the top D-men in this class. He's probably the more physical with Verhoff, I would say, and Smiths. Very good open ice ability. With him, open ice it ability. So when the offense took, like when his offense got to the next level in the second half of the season, that was a bit of a no-brainer, I think, for as our number one ranked defenseman, because the rest is there. Brad, you mentioned like there's some Charlie McAvoy, the way he plays. His draft year was a lot like Jake Sanderson, where first half was like, okay, this guy's a two-way D. The offense might be, not a premier offensive guy, and then took off in the second half of the season like Sanderson did in 220. So that's a great pick by the Flames, honestly. Like Parekh, Nemec, Kuznetsov.
We had very high.
Yeah.
Ranked
took a bit of time for him.
Things are changing fast on the back end in Calgary.
Yeah.
Maybe for our listeners, the one thing I would say is the reason Calgary went with this over Reed is very likely because of the physicality and the defensive trust. Reed can take some shifts off. He can have mental glitches on the ice, especially defensively. His gaps can be all over the map occasionally. He can fail to read his assignments as fast as Carroll's. Carroll's more of a battler, more of what Craig Conroy looks for. It's just the mental makeup is there in spades. And he needs that. He needs a player who can insulate players like Nemec and Parekh, because Nemec and Parekh are not physical players. They're your offensive defensemen who look to activate, who are going to quarterback. The thing with Carroll's is interesting is we think he is a primary offensive force. We think his quarterbacking does translate, where some other people think it won't. But the big thing for me was the consistency of him down the stretch was due to his confidence. I thought he was more confident, more assertive down the stretch. That really showcased the potential that he has.
Yeah. Todd Button pick, really, really smart player. With no real holes, just right now continuing to just get better and better. And as we mentioned, the offensive game just getting so much better as the year went along, and that just equals the same as Rudolph, draft stock going up. Offense up, draft stock up.
Seattle is picking, which is surprising because I thought
Seattle picked and just took
that pick. So Chase Reed is the pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good pick.
Yep.
Sorry. Happened too fast. Was not ready.
Yeah, they were on the ball.
So Reed, a different looking player, shift to shift than a Carroll's. A lot more flash and dash in his game. He'll jump off the ice a little bit more as far as some spectacular looking plays. Great shot, the skating ability to just gain the zone all on his own. And then the part that why we dropped him slightly below what we've just been talking about is just some of the puck decisions here and there. And I say that, I don't want to sound too negative, because the gap between these D is so slim. It's, maybe we've said that before, like all the margins between some of these players. But if there was ever a top 10 with really small margins between our rankings, this top 10 is one of them. It's just, we were deciding between Verhoff and Reed and back and forth. Verhoff won out, but by the slimmest of margins. And then, we had Carroll's above that. And it's not like he's miles in front of these two guys either. So all these deer are going to go in a big clump here, and they're really tightly grouped together if we were to, put them in one big bucket.
He's one of the best skaters in the class. Like that's for sure one of the reasons that we had to keep him up there. To Mark's point, his curve remained a bit flat, but he was still real good. One more interesting aspect to him for everybody listening is that he looks to operate off his backhand a lot more often than a lot of defensemen, and that can work for him and against him, depending on what he's attempting to do. But his best sequences, he looks like the top-ranked D in this draft. It just wasn't at the consistency that you typically want to see, which is one of the reasons I think he fell here and why we had him slightly back as well. But this is a really good pick for Seattle. Like Seattle's really building a good back end now, and I'm sure they're happy they kept it. Like I bet you their staff would be surprised that they got Reed in the spot. Honestly,
So Winnipeg is up next, and let's say they take Verhoff.
yeah, potentially. Yeah.
San Jose at 9. Are they taking Bjork?
Remember what I said earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see.
Stenberg and Bjork would be a good.
I did not think it was that far-fetched when I said
Someone asked in the comment, who's getting your boy, Bjork?
San Jose.
We'll see. I mean, they need a defenseman, but maybe they.
Yeah, I don't know if it's San Jose. I think defense. Yeah, they might go back to back. I really don't know where Bjork's going to go right now. Very often not. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Sean. We'll see. Yeah, you still might get him.
Winnipeg's on the clock. What are the Jets going to do here?
I mean, they need everything. But, I mean, Elias Salamonson developed extremely well in their system. So he's going to be a top 4 defenseman probably pretty soon. That might change their thinking they need a center terribly coming through here.
I think they would be a perfect place for Bjork because his other top center is Scheifele, who's a big center. So you have that combination here.
Well, they always get our highest ranked player, so it would
it happens quite often.
Yeah. Our highest ranked guy constantly falls to the Jets, and they just take him, sit there, and grab him.
Also,
if not, I'd say it's Verhoff.
Right. He's also much more NHL ready than most of these other kids. Like Bjork is close, really close to being able to play. Yeah. So if Winnipeg is trying to retool on the fly, Bjork makes a lot of sense. If they don't want to retool, they're entering a rebuild. Verhoff would make more. Verhoff needs a lot of time relative to Bjork and some of these other kids before he's ready.
Yeah, I think Bjork one more year in the SHL and he's
good to go.
Good to go. He might be good to go now. I mean,
he might be.
We did say Schaefer was not NHL ready.
I absolutely think he'd be good to go now, but to me, why rush him?
Yeah, why rush it? Why risk it? It's not, Nino Niederreiter exists, different type of player, different environment, but still, like they're rushing.
Let him get a year stronger, just physically too.
Yeah, give him another.
Although he's a little tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will be very intriguing because it really will let us know what direction Winnipeg's going. Are they attempting to retool on the fly? Convince Hellebuck to stay. Convince some of these other, try to get them to.
No, none of that's happening.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, but if they take Verhoff, the rebuild is on.
Just start taking best player. So take Bjork here, but
all right, I'll play my little.
I think it's going to be Verhoff.
Verhoff.
Bjork.
Vigo Bjork is the pick.
Congrats, Winnipeg.
Tradition continues. Our top guy falls to the Jets.
And Winnipeg just won the draft.
Exactly. Yeah. Congrats.
And San Jose fans are happy.
Yeah, they get
there
their
D
at
9. They get Verhoff at 9. They got
their D. Yeah, and Winnipeg gets our top guy. So there you go. Lots of happy people.
All is good.
Mm-hmm.
Brad, you want to rant about Bjork a bit?
Sure. He's his intelligence is Terrence Tao and Magnus Carlsen and Einstein fused into one hockey player. He's the smartest hockey player we've seen in the last decade, maybe 15 years. Sidney Crosby is already enamored with the kid after one World Championships. Can't believe he's real. He is the most underrated player in the entire class. He was better in the SHL in the last couple of months from January on relative to Stenberg. He's younger than Stenberg. He's a natural center. The kid's an absolute force of nature. Some of the best off-ice interviews we've ever heard about. Some of the best off-ice maturity. Some of the best on-ice maturity. He can attack in waves like Braden Point using speed differentials. He can use pick-and-roll options like Brad Marchand. He can find weak-side options like Anze Kopitar. He can defend a 200-foot game like Patrice Bergeron. And Winnipeg has done it. They got what they needed.
Yeah, excellent pick. Great on the ice player, but even better off ice. This is going to be a captain one day in the NHL.
100%.
That's a terrific pick by the Jets.
It really is. And Scheifele will help him too. Scheifele's going to help him immediately.
Yeah, they have some good wingers like Kyle Connors is still there. So Perfetti is still there.
Mm-hmm. And Young. Yeah, he's developing.
Yeah. So hopefully he becomes the best player of the draft, because I was on Winnipeg radio or our YouTube show in Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot you did that.
I know. They're like, Jerome, if we Winnipeg draft Bjork at 8 and becomes the best player in the draft, your interview will be replayed forever.
Well, now it's on. Now it's
on.
Yeah. I mean, it will be very interesting if he makes that Jets lineup next season. It will be very, very intriguing. He might pull it off, pull a Schaefer on us, and be like, well,
he could make it for sure. It's just whether or not you want him to or not.
If they want to. I mean, with the stagnation of some of their development with some of their other top end players like Brad Lambert and
playing them on the fourth line in the American Hockey League.
Right. Colby Barlow is stagnated entirely. Brad Lambert has not looked the part. They need immediate help, and Bjork gives them that for sure.
Yeah, their showing is Aunt on TV. She's a famous Swedish singer.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering what that was. I have no volume. So
yeah. Well, I don't have volume, but I've read his Wikipedia page.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I will be shocked if this next pick is not Verhoff. I feel like the first time in the draft, we know what's coming. Like this can't. How is this not Verhoff?
Oh, they could surprise us. Yeah, imagine they go.
I figure they're going to be the next two picks were those two players.
They could go off the board, Brad. They could go Sherbakov or Gustafsson.
By all means, please. Sherbakov in the top 10. Let's go. For everyone listening, if you don't know who that is our Russian defenseman that we have ranked extremely aggressively. We think he's very similar to Multi Gustafsson, like a Russian Multi Gustafsson, natural 6'5", very good skater. Like he's tons of potential.
Yeah, with Jonathan Tays retiring, that's another option down the middle, like a spot open. Honestly,
100% true. Yeah. And like Taves, like this kid can be defensive minded. Like he can be a matchup center. Like year one, make him a matchup center. Yeah, he could do a lot. The reason he fell relative to some of these other kids is the offensive potential. Some people might think it's a bit more 60, 70 point ceiling, where with Malhotra, you might think 75, 80. With Stenberg, you get up to the 80s, 90s type of thing. We think he's point per game relative to some of these other. We think he's a number one center. We really do. We think Winnipeg just got literally the best center in the draft today. So admittedly, like, yes, at the U20s, did he fail to score on 7 consecutive breakaways? Yes. But it's well, a lot of breakaways. The World Championships, I will say this for all of you who watch them at the Worlds, that's really not why we value him as high as we do. His play at the Worlds was fine and he was good, but he was also giving up the puck a lot to Raymond and Stenberg on his line. And he was in the SHL when we saw him at his best, he was completely dominating both ends in a way we've never seen from a 17-year-old ever. It was remarkable what that kid was doing. And there was a lot of offense there. Jerome, you got the numbers there. Is -1 Djurgården, like put up the most points ever for a J20 Swedish forward. Right, broke records. Like
shattered the record by 24 points. Like that's not beating a record by 2 points. It's like 20.
No, it's by a lot. Now, admittedly, some environmental context. Djurgården was stacked. They are the equivalent of the program in J20. They have always a ton of weapons. They did for that team specifically with him on it, but that's still like he was the reason that they were so dominant. So. Yeah.
Elliot just tweeted, I believe there's a long-term extension with Dorofia with New York. And he said, I think it's 7 years with 11 million a year.
There it is.
That's why Vegas traded.
That's why Vegas said goodbye.
And-
It's like
Yeah.
11, yeah, goodbye. Yeah, he's a heck of a player, but you're talking about a finesse sniper, and finesse snipers are not usually who you target for 11 million.
He was
So
Yeah, the pick is
He was-
in now.
he was well surrounded in Vegas, like Mark Stone, Eichel, Marner this year. Not so much in New York. So
Big syndrome.
oh yeah, okay.
Use those assets.
Denver off is the pick.
no,
Very
it surprises none of us.
It's very
Guaranteed.
Makes sense.
I mean, Stenberg and Verhoff in a draft, you are doing a pretty good. You are off to a heck of a start. He's going to need a whole lot more time than Stenberg, but this is one of the more dynamic scoring defensemen in this class who, for my money, I think he's gotten a bad rap personally. I think if he was in the dub the whole year, he would not have fallen to this position. Tremendous amount of runway. Ton of people compare him to Ekblad. We don't see that. We think Ekblad was a far more finished product who was much more streamlined and vanilla in terms of how he thinks the game. Verhoff has his warts, like not the best skating base in small areas, not the best out of tight turns. He can get crossed over. He can get folded when it comes to fast, dynamic skaters that are attacking him. But we think like Leo Carlson. We had the same thought with Leo Carlson was a big, great kid who needs time to physically mature and fill out his frame. And with that will come better skating mechanics and efficiency. So if that happens, he will not need to be that intelligent on the ice to dominate. He'll basically be something similar to a 6'4" Jacob Chikrin with worse skating, which is still a heck of a defenseman. He's one of the only defensemen in this class you could project to be a legitimate 20-goal scoring threat. That can really help your cause. I mean, with Stenberg and Celebrini and him on that man advantage long term, like this could be a perfect spot for Verhoff.
This was our number one ranked player in November. And the reason for that was he has offense, and it's scoring offense. This kid can score goals, and he's a 6'4" kid who can score goals. Nice kid. I interviewed him in Kitchener in the pre-tournament game before World Junior. I liked him. He knows his game. I always ask questions to try and get a feel for if they kind of evaluate their game the same way the scouts are seeing them. And he knew his game. And really, he's a big kid. People knock the skating, but I've seen the big kids before. When they strengthen their core, and it takes longer for some of these big guys, the skating always gets better. I have no doubt in my mind that this kid's skating is going to get better. Will he be a fantastic elite skater? No, I'm not saying that. But I don't have any concerns about the skating to play at the NHL level. And then he competes like a madman, and he can score. So there's some really, in that size package, the tools, some really impressive traits. And I agree with Brad. He's been beat up, and even ourselves. I mean, we dropped him to sixth or seventh. And but I think he's just been beat up this year, and I'm not deserving, because he went in and played huge minutes in college in his NHL draft year, and he's young. So a big challenge, which for the most part he met. He had some really good moments during World Junior. Obviously didn't play a big role. They didn't give him those minutes, but he had some flashes of why he's being drafted in the top 10 here during World Junior. You could see he is not afraid to handle the puck and carry the puck and do offensive things with the puck. And I won't be surprised if this kid comes a long way and really is an impressive player down the road and turns into one of the best defensemen on the Sharks.
Yeah, it was pretty tight when we did our rankings of him versus Reed. And I think we went with Verhoff because we feel like he has a better chance of improving than Reed. And Reed Reed was a bit, pretty much the same player from the start of the year. So we'll see. It was pretty tight though. So, but and J. Brad, you saw him last year. He scored 20 plus goals as a rookie defenseman in the WHL. So,
yeah, he was a guy we spoke a bit about last year because he really caught our eye as a D+1. But yeah, unfortunately I lost him out of the dub, and Christian got him, so I didn't get to watch him as much this year. But I know from watching him a little bit, he still has that great shot. Still very aggressive, high compete, as Mark said. So yeah, I still love the guy, even though he ditched my league there. But yeah,
okay.
But
Nashville pick is in. I'm curious what they're going to do here.
Yeah, it's about to really open up now.
Yeah, this is kind of where it starts.
Yeah.
do they take a goalie?
No.
This high? I would move back if I was them. Move back a little bit. Trimble and Borichev are very good, but they can move back for them.
I think they go with probably a center, maybe.
Also, Askarov did not work out in their favor when they did draft a goalie this high, so I'd be very, very surprised.
Your boy Askarov.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do in San Jose next season. He was putting together runs there. We're still getting a lot of messages. People like, is this ever going to stabilize? And I was like, hang in there. He's 23, young 23. Relax. Tremendous potential still. But yeah, this will be a very interesting pick. I mean, what does Nashville just moved out? Who? Jerome out of that trade from the queue there. Zachary.
The pick is in. Wyatt Cullen is the pick. Excellent.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And if he becomes a center, because Nashville does need like some
centers.
Yeah.
100%. They definitely think he's a center if they took him at 10, for sure, just like we talked about earlier. Yeah, tremendous runway with this kid, tremendous upside, one of the youngest centers in the draft. He can skate, his handling ability is spectacular, better shooting mechanics than Malhotra, better handling Malhotra, not as detail-oriented, not as quote-unquote as much a hockey player at this time, but the runway in terms of offensive potential is right up there at the top of this class. This is a very, very good pick by Nashville.
Matt Cullen kid, so
true.
Good bloodline here. He's going to Minnesota next season, so I'm assuming he's going to play 2 years in college and then challenge for NHL after. But yeah, crazy story about him, right? Grew 6-7 inches in 2 years. Like that's insane.
Yeah, you don't see it very often, and that was a huge reason for him shooting up our ranking. My first viewing of the year, he was fantastic, but it was like very curious about his size, and all of a sudden he turns into a 6'1" kid. By the way, like Bjork's been like just up on the piano chanting for like forever here. It's hilarious.
Yeah, full marks to Chris too, or Scout Chris. Like I remember he told me, he's like, Brad, you got to watch his last games in college there, and this was like towards January, and check those out. And that's when he really showcased his peak performances. He looks like a legitimate top 2 center in a class that doesn't feature too many of those. So if it comes together for him, like sky's the limit. He's going to be a very, very intriguing piece. It should be exciting for Nashville because you got Riker Lee, who's unbelievably dynamic, and now you bring in Cullen, who's also unbelievably dynamic. They're starting to get a ton of skill up front.
Brady Martin also.
Brady Martin.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Who else did they draft last year? Cameron Reed.
Cameron Reed and the big D that I love.
Jacob Runback.
I love Runback.
Yeah. So starting to get some.
If you didn't like Colin, you'd have him down your list a bit more. It's because he can tend to hold on to the puck too long at times. So if we're going to talk about a weakness, sometimes he just tries to do too much and play the game by himself a little bit at times. But there's other times where that doesn't happen. And then from a skill standpoint, that's why he's was ninth on our list, I believe, and why he's just gone 10th to Nashville.
Mhm.
And the Cameron Reed pick I didn't like last year.
Great question by our friend Farkas here.
What's Vargas saying?
In 220, I think we generally thought if one guy from the top 10 was not going to make it, it would be Alexander Oltz. And he thought who might not stick out this year in the top 10. That's a tough one.
That is tough.
Yeah, I don't feel like we were talking about earlier. I was mentioning how tight the whole grouping is in that top 10. I guess for us, we had Rudolph 10th, and
It'd be Rudolph for us.
the defensive game, but he's gonna be fine. Like he's gonna play. He's just gonna piss you off once in a while.
He's going to rack up points regardless.
The points are going to come. He'll just be a zero-sum player in some games.
At times, yeah. He might cost you a playoff series where you don't forget it. Let's put it that way. It might be able to do that.
Yeah.
But no, the top 10 is pretty darn, like, it is chaotic in terms of nobody had the same order, but the top 10
They're solid. They're solid. They're just not the franchise changers we've seen in some other top 10s. But they're very good. They're very good players.
Some of these kids, I'm sure, will turn into that.
They might. But at this stage on draft day, there's not as many franchise-altering guys as we've seen in some previous drafts.
Right.
In my opinion.
Oh, by the way,
and I know a lot of scouts' opinion, and you can see all the shopping of picks going on. I think that tells you a lot.
Yeah, I just want to update our viewer count. We are almost at 950.
Hey, we're getting to the 1K.
So people watching on YouTube and and Twitter.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks. Appreciate it. Though the draft is now.
I got a text from a scout. Another great player falls into Winnipeg's lap.
That's right. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's a heck of a pickup. I mean, Winnipeg really needed something to go their way here after the season they just had, and everything lines up. Everything's lined up for them.
All right, the Blues, who are going to dominate with their logo tonight.
True. Did all of our top 10 go in the top 10, just in a different order?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Gustafsson has not gone.
Oh, Multi. We have Multi in the top 10. That's right. Don't be shocked if he comes up here real soon.
He'll come quick.
Yeah, he'll be going soon here. Yeah. Who was the player then that flipped out Gustafsson that was taken in the top 10?
Good question.
Smith.
Oh, Smith. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We have Smith slightly further back. That's right.
Okay, pick is in. I'm curious. I feel like Gustafsson would be a pretty good St. Louis Blues.
Yeah.
Tynan Lawrence.
Yeah, Tynan Lawrence. We talked about the last year, how some team like overreach for center. That was at that range, like Nesbitt last year. I think he went 12.
Right. That's a good comparison for us because we had Nesbitt a lot lower than the consensus.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. All right. Well, Lawrence is pretty low for us. We're not huge fan, and we were last year. And we thought he had a good Linka, but we felt like his season this year, not just in college, but in the USHL this year was a bit of a letdown for us. And, we think he's probably going to be, if he plays, like that's a third line player, I think, for us.
Third line winger.
Yeah, more.
We've got him ranked as a third line winger. It's really, really strange. Like this is a good example of a player where you have some quick peaks in the season before their draft year, and then you focus in more when it becomes their draft year. And for me, when I saw him last year, I just loved him, and I thought he was a really smart player. And I really polar opposite thinking now. I think he's a hardworking, up and down winger. with hockey sense issues. So from my standpoint, that was the huge difference. I didn't even see him play until after our November list. He was just not playing and took forever. So for us, it was just like approaching Christmas and started to finally get eyes on him. And for me, I couldn't believe how different my take was this year compared to my casual few views last year. And there's not a player with a ton of vision, thinking the game. Like I said, I just see him as a guy who's going to end up moving to the wing and being an up and down grinding winger, because he works his ass off. This is a hard working player. It's not all bad here, but it's just he's more of a simple player in my mind, would be how I would put it. A simple, hard working, honest player.
Yeah. Right now, our highest rated player are Gustafsson, Pugachiev, Suvanto, Sherbakov, Lin. So I think it's going to start to be really fun. What the
Oh, it just got fun.
Yeah.
Lawrence 11 for us. That's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Top 10. Right. Like, the thing with this player is that he gave us Joe Veleno vibes, and that was a player that we had a lot lower than the consensus. And he ended up
39th or something. There was people that had him ranked first overall. I think we had Veleno 38th or 39th or somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's a fourth liner, which is pretty much what we saw.
Right. And then there's some Brad Lambert in this player. There's a bit of Newhook in this player. There's a bit of Fabian Lysell in this player, meaning flash and dash rush offense, but not saying.
I like the Newhook. I like the Newhook because it focuses on the positive too. Like the Newhook was such a hard working and crashes the net and gets some production out of his hard work. So I like the Newhook, but not taking Newhook. Whatever, they just took him 11th, 12th.
Yeah, this is a pressure generator player. The good thing for this pick for St. Louis is St. Louis does have a development staff that really likes this player type, where they'll crash and bang and everything with physical. Like, that is what Lawrence brings to the table. He will use his frame constantly, and he comes at you in waves. He's very assertive with what he's attempting to do. It's just for us, the handling rates were never there. His USHL play was quite frankly poor for most of the stretch there, and we predicted accurately that he would struggle tremendously in college, and that's why we are as confident as we are with our slot, where we put him lower than a lot of people. As Mark said, like, basic thinker, not an advanced thinker of the game, doesn't read weak side options well, doesn't anticipate playing advanced, doesn't see his F2, F3 options when he's already entered the zone, in terms of letting the trailers turn into high percentage options such as a backdoor feed. He doesn't see those plays very often. I know with the U18s, he had a beautiful pass in one of the games showing he can thread occasionally a high-end pass, but it's very, very atypical, very rare for him to do something like that. He can skate himself into dead areas, doesn't take advantage of the space he gets occasionally, which is very similar to Brad Lambert from that regard. He can be overly emphasize a skill set, but it's kind of similar to Newhook from that sense at the same age, and a bit like Veleno as well. So there's a lot, and Lysell. So there's a lot of overlap there. Where we could get burned is if he really learns to open up his options. If he can learn to see the ice better than he does now, learn to incorporate his teammates more often, link them into his plays more often, even just basic give and go sequences, cycling sequences, if he can up those rates dramatically, then he might be capable of really beating up our ranking of him.
Okay. Jose's making a pick. And it's Alexander Coman.
Back to back.
Jerome, you want to start with this one? You saw
the Devils.
Yeah. Well, like, we started the year, we had Coman as a top 20 pick. So, like, our November ranking, he was in our top 20, and then he just didn't play a good game at least for me, until the U18 in April. Like, I watched maybe 15 games. Like, he was average or below average in every game. Until I thought he had a good U18 though, and he was stuck with like Nordmark and Hermansen, where like I can't deal with those two wingers. So not exactly the best scenario for him, but we think he play. Like it's a bit like Lawrence. He's more of a depth forward for us. If you're drafting him 12, which is the same spot as Nesbitt last year, you're thinking he's a second line center. You're not drafting at least for me. Like you can't draft a third line center 12 overall. So we think he's a fourth liner. Maybe he gets to be a third line player if the development goes well. So that's a bit why he's he's definitely lower for us. But we'll give him credit. Like he plays hard. He's tenacious. He might be the best face-off guy in the draft. His face-off are really good. I think he's over 60% in G20. So there's some positive too, but we just couldn't do it. So we definitely do not have the same view on this player as I would say the rest of the scouting community.
And to Farkas's question earlier, the Devils also took. I just lost it.
Holtz.
The Swede.
Holtz, yeah. Oh,
Holtz. Yeah, Holtz. And McLeod. Mike McLeod, we had way back. Yeah. So.
Yeah. And the what's the Russian D they took? Shakazimov, or not Shakazimov? That's his draft. What's the other? Makhmadulin.
Makhmadulin, we had him down to. Yeah.
We had him down as well. Yeah.
He went to San Jose in the Timo Meier trade.
Right. Yeah.
We'll do some question here. Who's the first Russian off the board, Brad?
Gleb.
Pug.
The Pug. Jambi, get ready for the Pug. The detonator is coming. The new Tom Wilson is on the horizon. And he's going to be an unbelievably impactful power forward. Whoever gets him, it's kind of like the Jets for us. Whoever gets that kid is going to do some damage on draft day here. The thing with Command is that he's a bit safer than some of these other options. Like you could make an argument he's safer than Pogachev, but we just think there's so much more runway with some of these other players relative to Lawrence and Command. The big thing with Command is that when you look at his handling rates, much like Lawrence, they're not very good at all. They're poor to at best below average, and sometimes above average. I will give him this though; he's aware of his limitation with his handling rates because he uses his frame and attacks using his edge work on unique angles. He looks to incorporate his frame a lot more often than most of these other kids, much like Ilya Morzov from that perspective. And that does help translate his offense a little bit more. But I think his production's masked a bit because so much of it was his ability to load the shot on the man advantage with more time and space. And he's not a brilliant playmaker by any stretch of imagination. He's not a bad one. And I would argue he's a better playmaker than Lawrence, but not by a ton. So that is the reason let's put it this way. In the book, one comparison I use is he better than Isaac Lundestrom at the same stage? Right? Isaac Lundstrom's a fourth liner in Columbus who was drafted by the Ducks in the back half of the first round back in, what was that, 2018? I think Isaac Lundstrom 2018. So we see a lot of overlap with Lundstrom. Minus Command does work harder and will be very tenacious and gritty towards the front of the net area, which does give you a couple of different looks.
Yeah, I think his hands. I think his hands are probably our biggest concern in transition. He mishandled the puck a lot. And a lot of goals on the power play. Stationary shooter. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're right. But we'll see. We'll see in the 3, 4, 5 years. So who's next? Who's picking next?
Islanders,
New York Islanders.
All right. Last year the Islanders took the big Russian in the second round where Prokhorov, right?
Yep, Pogachev.
So are they going to
not Pogachev, the other one?
Are they doing Pogachev here?
I'd love to see it. You're getting a very unique line there. If you get the big Russian from last year, what's his name again, Jerome? The big 6'6" kid.
Prokhorov.
Right. Yeah, if he hits and you get something like Pikachu with that, and you got Heineman, Emil Heineman. Oh man, that's an interesting line. Yeah, that'd be very intriguing. But yeah, I don't know what direction the Islanders really go. Honestly, like they got a new staff, they brought in some new people, new personnel, right? We like their picks after though.
Gustafsson is there, so
Oh, that's true. Gustafsson's right there. That would be a tough one. And they just drafted the Swede and Djurgården last season too, so they have no problem taking European talent high. That can make some sense. They need a Gustafsson. They need a minute-eating defenseman in their system.
yeah, it's pretty crazy that Command went before Gustafsson for me. I know, like it might be a position selection needed.
I mean, they must, as you said, they must think he's a top 6 center. 100%.
Yeah. All right, the
Pick
biggest
a syndrome.
Well, almost over 1,000 here, viewers. 900.
Pay for making the pick.
Is it begin?
Matthew Schaefer is talking.
Nicest person on the planet.
Let's stop talking. If he talks, we stop talking.
Nicest person on the planet is talking.
Yeah.
This kid's got so much charisma. So fun.
Yeah, he's got some moxie to him, huh?
All right,
Just
Malte
like
Gustafsson's the pick.
Malte.
There it is.
Good pick. That's a
Fantastic pick.
That's
Nice
a good
pick.
key partner for Schaefer.
Oh yeah,
Perfect for Schaefer, actually. Yeah, I'm willing to bet in their discussions of who to take, they were thinking we pair with him. Gustafsson makes so much sense.
Nice pick, Islanders.
Yeah,
This
so
kid got better this year.
Oh yeah. Top 4 minute eater, smarter than Albert Smits for comparison's sake. Not as mean as Smits though, but this kid has a tremendous toolkit, wingspan. He's very versatile. Like this is one of the Swiss Army knife defensemen in this class. He can do everything for you. You need him to counteract a rush before it really materializes. He can do that, jump in, use his wingspan, use his skating base, facilitate breaking up plays as they're materializing at his blue line. He can also box out, shut down the cycle. He can board battle effectively. He can get pucks moving in transition. The one thing that's really interesting about this player, good spatial awareness, which again, better than Smits at that, and his hands are very soft. He does have a soft set of hands. So we're wondering long-term, does he produce a little bit more secondary offense than we would expect? Could he be up to a 40-point type of defenseman in the future type of thing? That was one of our discussions as to why we put him as high as we did. We think there's some real runway there. So yeah, also very good curve. Some of these kids fell flat, like Verhoff, for instance, curve went in the wrong direction. With this kid, his curve was spectacular.
Yeah.
He was towering over Schaefer.
Oh, he's 6'4". Like
Yeah.
I think
he's grown.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Yeah, just 6'4".
Yeah. To me, he looks. My first impression of him was like, oh, he looks a bit like Simon Edvinsson. And then there's some Simashev in his game. Not as good, not as high hand as those two, but I was like, he can be like, I don't know about top pairing, but like second pairing. He can do pretty much anything on the ice. He's got a good shot. He's got good hands. Not a PP1 guy, but defends really well, skates well, physical. Even in the SHL, Brad, he was pretty physical.
Pretty physically started getting going with the confidence and assertiveness with his frame.
I think
another guy with not too many warts. He's just really solid.
The big thing with him relative to most of the other defensemen we've talked is the rate of recovery. The rate of recovery is spectacular.
He's so
really
long.
helps. Really long, big wingspan.
He's going to be
on
huge. Like he's not even close to filling out. He's going to be a
monster. He's going to be.
He can be what K'Andre Miller was.
Exactly. Yeah. Very similar. Yeah. Him, Smits, and Sherbakov are like that style. This draft. And Gustafson, the reason why Gustafson went as high above Sherbakov, even though for us it was actually pretty darn close, is like one playing in the SHL, the other's VHL, much easier to get a read on how the game's going to translate in the SHL relative to the VHL. It's another reason why Smits went so high, right? You get to see him in the Olympics, you get to see him in the World Championships, you really get the foundation of the kid in a way that with some of these other defensemen you don't.
Yeah, Columbus is next. So that's going to be – it's always interesting with Columbus.
Always interesting. I liked what they brought in, though, the Nichushkin trade. I like the Nichushkin pickup. That's a pretty good one.
Well, they have issues with Werenski. Is he staying? Marchenko, is he staying? So they have some issues to fix.
My guess is they brought in Nichushkin to try to fix those issues and say, hey, we're competing, stay with us. Like, they're a very interesting team in terms of talent. They have a ton of untapped potential. They've been close. They've been close. Sean Monahan has to get healthy, though. The center depth, Boone Jenner's starting to slow down. Sean Monahan's coming off a bad season. If they can get the center depth to look the part again, then they have a chance to really surprise, I think. Yeah.
Jerome, you got a pug question in the chat. And it's related to where I want him to go.
That's a good question.
Yeah. What do you think, Brad? I mean, they're stacked with wingers right now in Washington.
big wingers. Yeah, they got a lot of them. You know what? I really think it still makes sense because Wilson, you're right in the sense that diminishing returns is a very similar player, but Wilson's 32, turning 33, or is he 33 now?
Yeah.
And the way he plays the game, there's only so much runway on that. He's obviously a monster athlete, but there's only so much runway. Like, he will ultimately start slowing down when Pugachev is very likely to actually be ready for the Washington. So I think it might actually make a ton of sense for Washington.
To pick is in for Columbus, Brad. So Oscar Hemming goes to Columbus.
I thought it was Savanto or Hemming for sure. Yeah, it makes a lot. Like, this player type, this is a good pick. Like, toolsy, monster, big rig, power forward, who's more of a power playmaker, smart. The skating he's a bit slow out of the gate because he's a bigger kid still going into his frame. But once he gets going, it's very difficult to stop him. Jerome, I know, like, at the Holinka, really put us on notice. Like, for us, this was a player that we thought actually had a tremendous amount of untapped potential to move up into the top 5. But unfortunately, he went to college. There was obviously a dispute there with his club team in Finland, which meant he couldn't play hockey. And he's one of the youngest players in the draft. And he goes from U18 SARU, splits a season U20 SARU last season, to going into college. The jump is extremely big. And that's one of the main reasons that we thought he flatlined in college. Didn't look nearly as interesting as he did in our junior viewings and at the Lenka. So Columbus here is betting on a ton of upside. And Columbus is building, again, like, a lot of talent, a lot of power to this team, and Hemming has both those things in spades.
Yeah, just he's a beast. He's just, unfortunately for him, didn't play at all from mid-August to late December. So, and coming in college at 17 is already tough, but when you have not played hockey for 4 months, that's asking a lot. But he didn't really score. I think he scored 1 goal, if I'm not mistaken, with Boston College. But I thought he was on the line with James Haggins, and I thought James Haggins played his best hockey in college with him on his line. So, because he can create space and time with his physicality, his forecheck, puck protection, cycling the puck. That's what he's going to do in the NHL. I don't, maybe he ends up on the line with Adam Fantilli at some point, and they can.
Best havoc generating line. That's a pretty interesting flash and dash line. Yeah, the unique specialization with him is that his motor is tremendous relative to his frame and size and game. Like, he can out finesse you on one play using his hand and playmaking combination, and then another play he can just dominate you with his power game. The reason he went above Ethan Belchetz is because of the consistency rates with what he's willing to do from a power forward perspective. This kid looks to hit, wants to hit, wants to be engaged. Belchet's, it's more of a secondary component where it was fleeting. I'm willing to bet that was one of the big reasons why Columbus ended up going Hemming over, say, like a hybrid power forward in Belchet's, if you can call him that.
Yeah, Belchez was talking about doing it in interviews, and there was a group of players much like that. We're talking about becoming the player the scouts want him to be, as in what Hemming does, and that's destroy people and be a beast. And there's a difference between talking about it and doing it. And there's occasional times where, Belchez has dropped the gloves, and I'm not saying he doesn't hit some people, but it's not his natural character. You can just see when the players can't wait to do it and enjoy it, and when it's not as natural. So, like I said, talking about it's one thing, doing it consistently is another, and Belchez did not do it consistently, and that's why he slid down our list. And he's already getting to the point where NHL teams are agreeing with us.
So the Blues are picking back-to-back here, 15 and 16. But we have a trade. So
nice asset.
We have a trade to announce.
So, per Elliot Freeman, Mesa McTavish is being traded to St. Louis for pick 15 and 29. So, Anaheim would be picking here.
Very Blues type of player, Mason McTavish. Makes a lot of sense. Power center. That's what the Blues love to try to grab. Hyden Lawrence, power center. That's what they must think he can become relative to what we think he is, right? So they just grabbed a power center who's already playing, and they drafted one that they think they can develop.
So who is Anaheim picking?
Not the
Pug.
They love the Q, so maybe Dashner.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Tommy Blale? Do we see a Tommy Blale jump? A Torrey Krug style jump? Because they just announced that Torrey Krug is very unlikely to resume his career.
Well, he has not played for a few years, right?
A few years,
Yeah, they dip into the queue a lot. Head scout's there. One of his most trusted scouts is there. And
trying to think who else would make sense in this spot.
They could go Pogachev. I don't know how they feel about Russians, but Pogachev, Sherbakov, Ryan Lynn.
They drafted Minchikov very high, but he was in the O already.
Yeah.
They don't draft out of the MHL very often. I mean, they just traded Zellweger. Do they go Ryan Lynn?
Mm-hmm. That's an option.
Do they go
Savanto?
Ryan Lynn? Savanto. Oh, Jerome, I like that. That would be our pick, and usually Anaheim crosses over with us quite a bit. So Savanto would be a tremendous pick here. Power center. They just lose a power center in a trade. They pick one up immediately in the draft if they take Savanto. Very different skill set than McTavish, but still, that Anaheim loves power games. They love it. They look for it all the time.
So our best available is Pugachev, and then it is Savanto.
Yeah. So we'll see here because they have Herman Traff that just came over. That's a unique depth power forward in the making for them coming in. Pugachev has more offense though than Traff. Different skill sets, but different.
Yeah. By the way, we went over 1,000 viewers. So
that's awesome. Thank you, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the draft. It's about to really open up. I mean, it really has opened up now.
It's already opened up. Now it's
after the top 10 is like
anything can happen here.
Anything goes.
Yeah. So, Anaheim's had some excellent drafts recently. Like, Jackson Lacombe in the second round, that is looking like an all-time pick. Just unbelievable value.
Last year they went with McQueen.
They did. You're right. Power center. Yeah. We'll see how he continues to develop here. Yeah. First good year in college. Do they go with Savanto and get McQueen, Savanto, and just keep lining up power centers behind Leo Carlson and go from there? My guess is Savanto or Ryan Lynn. Going Lynn or Savanto because they just gave up Zellweger. You get a much more tenacious version if you take Lynn.
Yeah, I don't know. The trade has not been announced yet, so it's going to take a bit of time.
Right. Yeah, team's getting scary. Like Anaheim is going to be a really scary team here for the next decade plus. Like they got everything coming.
I mean, they got 2 first-round pick.
2
this
first-round
year
picks
for
out of this now.
McTavish, who's like he's a good player, but he was a healthy scratch this year. And
He had a difficult year, very difficult season for him.
Elliot Friedman's talking about the trade now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exciting times.
Yeah, that was Anaheim's playoff was pretty impressive.
Good. It's really good. Yeah, I'm with you. Lynn makes a lot of sense, Jace. Could be in the works. They don't mind taking smaller defensemen. They know he can come in insulated. Plays a much nastier game than Zellweger. That is the huge discrepancy there. Is Lynn is bred for the playoffs, even though he's not a big kid. And that's what they need. They're looking for playoff. The beautiful thing about a rebuilding team that gets playoff experience and they got to play Edmonton is you really get the data necessary to know the next step. Like what was missing? What do we need to bring in? That's one of the reasons I'm sure they got Zellweger out the door. It's one of the reasons that all of us always talk about how with smaller D, unless they're really special, like it can be very difficult for them to maintain a position up in the lineup. Not that Zellweger's not impressive, very good puck mover, very good quarterback ability, but he is small, and he plays bigger in his size. But he's a very, very small player. So we'll see what they do. But yeah, Savanta will make a ton of sense. Okay,
they're announcing the trade now.
Yeah, there's quite a few guys that make sense. Savanto, Lynn.
Yeah, it's another tight grouping of guys. So
if they want
to
be
an off the board pick, who do you think maybe in the back half we have that would be more off the board?
I mean, Belchez, maybe.
Oh yeah, Belchez might make some sense. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for all of his faults this season, that kid has a very unique ability to score. Like his shot, when you look at the mechanics and the size of the kid and the handling ability at that size, like it's a very unique package. Very unique.
They like the big boys too.
They love the big boys, and he seems like a great kid off the ice. I know his strength and conditioning coach personally. I've met him, and he's told me nothing but good things about Belchez. Like the kid's dialed in. He wants to become,
good old Phil kid.
So plenty of options. Also, this means that the Ruck brothers probably not going to be together. St. Louis wasn't going to do it here. I don't know who else could possibly do it. So I think the Rucks might be going separate.
Maybe Anaheim does it. They have 15 and 29. So
if they take one here, they might try to be jumping back up to.
Yeah, I mean,
this is early.
As soon as you take one, every other team
knows what you're trying to do. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
the Rucks are going to be interesting. See if they go off the board as early as some people think. I'm not convinced.
I mean, they do their own thing. Like they took Leo Carlsson. Most people didn't think it was going to happen. We certainly were happy it did. We had Leo Carlsson higher in Fantilli and Michkov. And then Seneca was a bit of a surprise as well, I think. Like people didn't expect Seneca to go as high as he did. So they'll do their own thing here. They don't mind.
Even McQueen last year, he barely played, and they still took 10.
Yeah.
So it's a commercial break, so we have to wait. Maybe
that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. We can. Who's after Anaheim? Let's talk about the other pick too. Coming.
St. Louis.
So St. Louis
again.
LA, Washington, Utah. I think Utah is where Pugachev stops.
Utah, it's like the new Carolina. The new Carolina is Utah. If you see a Russian that should be gone, they take them.
I mean, I think they're pretty damn happy with Smeshev and Butte. So
yeah, very good development tier.
It's the same. Both. It's also the same agency. I mean, I feel like every Russian is with Gold Star. So, but that could help.
There's no fear of taking them. This is not a situation where there's going to be. Well, for some teams there is, but for the teams that are comfortable with
the big thing is having Russians already in the organization, I think, goes a long way because then they know they have people that can share a similar environment, speak their language. It really helps.
Okay. The big is in. All right.
Klepov.
Whoa.
I'm loving it. They always go our way. This is another one that goes our way. We have a ton of time for this player. Ton of time. Tremendous natural dual threat, incredibly intelligent, very dynamic, shifty, plays a 200-foot game, learned to play a structured game in a very unstructured environment there in Saginaw. One of the highest offensive ceiling players in this draft, but also a bit more boom bust. The skating isn't the best, but it came along as the season progressed, and his career, I think, will be predicated based off of how much more he can add to his first steps and just making sure he's shifty enough in tight spots so that he can continue to produce with his driving instincts. But yeah, I love the player, love the pick.
Okay.
Klepov was our 16th ranked player, I believe.
Mhm.
My first viewing of the year was in Guelph, and at the end of the first period, I was like, wow, that was impressive, because not only did he show the skill, but he competed like crazy. And from that point on, it was more need to see this guy, and he just kept going up our ranking. And then the drawback would be the skating. It's not a strength, but again, not to the point that I think it's something that's going to hold them back. Obviously, if you see our ranking, we don't think it's going to hold them back. But this kid can score goals. My God, can he score goals? It's amazing actually what he's accomplished this year within the Saginaw structure. And he had a pretty good older centerman with him too, who's going to get drafted a little bit later.
Barabanov.
Klepov, I mean, the points just kept piling up, and this was not a team. I mean, they play the crap out of them, but this was not a good team. Saginaw was not blessed with a ton of talent, and these guys just came in, and right from the get-go, the start of the year, they didn't even take time to ramp up. Boom, they were just released and started their assault on the point standings and shooting up the OHL points leaders.
Mhm.
Elliot Friedman said that Anaheim apparently made sure he was available before making that pick, before making that trade.
The trade.
Yeah,
They had
That's
probably
what they waited. They waited.
so
Yeah.
they must have him pretty high.
That am high for sure. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
added more skill. Seneca and him.
Woo. Yeah. Goche. Like, it's ridiculous amount of talent there. The other thing with him is he's one of the smartest players in the draft. Like his offensive instincts are spectacular. Very, very, very good. Ironically, the comp I had from him a bit was just traded Pavel Dora 5. The way Dora 5 operates with his windows, he's very good at extending his play and making sure that the opposing team makes the first mistake, that he capitalizes on that mistake, because he's not the biggest or fastest player, so he has to outthink the opposing teams. And that's what he's very gifted at doing. He's extremely good at extending his operating windows and timing everything through those windows. He
struggled earlier on in the year. In his own zone, just recognizing his assignments and stuff like that, and he improved as the year went along in that area of his game too. And I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
If you were going to rank him down your board and didn't feel as confident as we are and as Anaheim just showed they are, it's because of the skating. He's just not a blessed skater.
The Blues are picking next. Are they going Savanto, Bogachev?
I mean, they love power games all day. Look what they've done here. They bring in McTavish. They take Lawrence. Do they just continue to rack up as many power forwards and power centers as humanly possible?
Could be Belchez too.
Maybe Belchez. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I'd be shocked if it was a smaller player, but you never know.
Yeah.
You know, one thing with Klepov too is if you look at the lineup that Anaheim has, they don't have what he is. He does bring a bit of a unique specialization for them. So. Once you get a light on, Mark, I want to get.
Yeah, I know. I'm just there's no light in the center of the room. We're still moving in, and I got a friggin' shitty lamp. I'm like adjusting my camera here just to light me up.
Well, that's
No, that's
better.
better. That's better.
Okay,
We can
I
see
got
it.
There
got
we
one
go.
more comment.
Yeah, you got some. It's true. Jerome has some good hats. I ain't gonna lie to you. You got some all-time class.
Expo hat always works.
Oh, that's my buddy.
Truth. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's harder for us to think outside of like what we would take, right? It's like Savanto, Bogachev are no-brainers to us here, but you never know with this. I mean, they just took Tyne Lawrence 11, right?
Pick is made.
No,
So last year, St. Louis went in the queue to pick Justin Carbonneau, and they go back to the queue and pick Maddox Dagenet.
oh, well, that makes sense too. Take it away, Jerome.
Well, he played both center and wing this year, but I think he's going to be a winger. I don't think he's as smart. I don't think he's smart enough to be a center at the NHL level. But he's 6'4". He skates really well. He can really shoot a puck. Very physical, which was a bit of a change by him because he did not start the year well with his compete, and then there was like a switch that happened in November for him, and then he became like a very ferocious forechecker. He can hit people. Basically, I don't remember seeing a player get more reverse hits than him. Like he loves to reverse hits people, so that's usually it's a good sign for my personal ranking. I love players that reverse it Peter Forsberg. So yeah, I mean his production is not exactly awesome in a queue. You would think it would be better. And it's funny that the Blues drafted him because a few years ago they drafted Zachary Bolduc out of the queue at 17. I think they're very similar. He's a bit bigger than him, but that was my player comp for those two for Dagenet.
I think it's just interesting. It's so rare to see a player change his game from like non-compete to compete in the short period of your draft year, and it just did everything for him. I mean, there's not a chance he's getting drafted in this slot if you were drafting the early season version of him. Not a chance.
Yeah. It's pretty rare that you see a guy not competing at all in the first month of the season, and then he finished the year. He's one of the highest compete in the draft. So that's pretty rare.
I mean, it tells you he can integrate from people who are actually telling him what he's got to change. It tells you he can actually change on the fly, which is really impressive, really important. One of the best runways, I would say, in the entire class. Like the amount of growth potential of the kid is ridiculous. Like really soft hands. Started opening up his weak side options more as the season progressed. One-touch process plays more frequently. He became much more assertive. To Jerome's point, like the production doesn't really match the potential. There's a lot of runway here. He could be a very dominant player if given time. And with the Q though, you gotta be careful, especially these point per game players. They can haunt you in redrafts a bit, but we don't think that's going to be the case here. And again, like St. Louis, like I've talked to their development staff, like they're so comfortable with these long, rangy types of power forwards with runway. It's their bread and butter. It's what they love to draft, what they look to develop, and have been successful at developing in the past, like a Jake Neighbors. So there's the fit makes sense and the runway makes sense, but he does need time. Like when you look at Oscar Hemming, he'll be closer to the show than say Dagenet and Klepov for that matter.
Yeah, no, it's going to take some time, but he's got 2 more years left in the queue. There was some talk that he might go college. This year. He did say that he was going back to the queue for next season. We'll see. We'll see after. I think Penn State was after him. So we'll see. I know Quebec is trying to host the Mem Cup in 2 years. So
Right.
that's going to be it's going to be interesting with what they do with him and other players. So yeah, nice pick by St. Louis here.
Yeah, I would say for comparison's sake, like if you look at Hemming versus Dagenet, who are the last two power forwards taken here, like Dagenet is the better skater, better toolkit, better, much more mechanically gifted skater, and the better shooting mechanics as well. Dagenet shows a much more versatile range within his scoring upside, where Hemming, that is one of the drawbacks of the players. It takes him a ton of time to load his shot at this stage in his development. It's one of the reasons he's had difficulty scoring at every level, not just college. Even U18 Saryu in his -1, I think he produced, 2 goals in his first 20 games, Jerome, like something very, like, not what you typically want to see, much more of a one-dimensional type of forward from that sense. He's not likely to ever become a dual threat where you get primary scoring and playmaking. Where with Dagenet, if things go really right, you might get more of the double primary, but right now more of a shooter than a playmaker.
Yeah, his dad, Dagenet's dad, played a bit in the NHL. Like, he had one of the sickest shot I've ever seen. So
that's where he gets it from. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he had the best teacher with his dad.
Yeah, right. You can see, I mean, he's got such a whippy release. The catch and release mechanics are spectacular. The slap shot mechanics are very impressive. And Hemming, again, it's just the loading phase is long. My bet, and I bet you Columbus's bet, is that if you give him more time for his physical growth rate to just mature naturally, that he can end up with a shorter loading phase within his wrist shot mechanics, and that would go a really long way in terms of his scoring.
You should talk to his brother.
Yeah, sure. That's a good point, Jerome. Maybe you could contrast his brother for everybody.
His brother.
So the Kings are up. Yep. OHL, Belches.
Yeah. Makes some sense. Yeah. Especially because they lost Liam Greentree as well, right? They lost Greentree in a trade. They need another bigger kid who with a tremendous amount of finesse and skill. And Belches makes a ton of sense. That would be
pick 17. And then Washington is 18, Utah 19. All right. We're getting in the Pugachev territory here.
If it's not Pugachev, it might be Morozov. It might be.
Yeah.
Similar, a little bit, somewhat similar in some areas. Pugachev, Morozov.
Not as talented, though.
Not as talented and not as smart. I think
I feel like some people don't really agree.
No, we might be on our island when it comes to this, but yeah, Pugachev for sure is much better at finding his options on his backhand and being a bit more slick with his playmaking ability down from like low to high relative to Morozov.
Better skater, better shot.
Well, Pugachev is for sure the better skater and better shooter. Yeah, mechanically. Yeah, so I don't think that's close.
Yeah,
sure.
LA loves the O.
Awesome, Jamie. Can't wait for you to join tomorrow. We're going to be doing it all day long. I don't care if Jerome tries to escape. He's not. We'll keep him here. I'll rant for 5 to 6 hours, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Brad's going solo tomorrow. So.
With me and some Bueno Bites and
a
lot of coffee.
It's at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So
11 a.m. Yeah. Brad will be here answering your questions solo.
I'm not a morning person either. He's
gonna have to stay up.
Yeah, I just pull all later.
We have a trade.
Oh,
hold on.
Interesting.
We have a trade to
announce. So Utah is trading up to get that pick, and LA is dropping 2 spots.
There's no chance.
Too early for Belches for the Kings. Utah's coming to get the puck.
Utah's like, got to take the Russian right now. There we go.
Sorry.
Just a tiny bit early for the Kings to take their OHLer, so they're stepping back. Utah comes in.
When we were asked about who was the top, first Russian that we selected, I honestly forgot about Klepov because he's in the O.
That's true.
Would have been a good choice, but we love him so.
Yeah, Klepov would have been a king.
True. Yeah, it's possible too. Yeah, we'll see here.
So they're swapping picks, and LA is getting pick 82.
82, it says on the screen. He said 83.
Oh, okay.
So LA must think they're getting.
This is going to be one of our guys to the Utah.
It usually is.
It's going to be.
Usually lines up with us for sure. Yeah. Now that said, they just traded Peterka, who's a flash and dash rushing winger, who fits that characterization the best. That's still on the board.
Oh, showing the Utah room. Looking for our former scouts.
Yeah, Kevin. Don't see him.
I haven't talked to Kevin in a while. Quite a while.
It's a nice room. I don't think they had those type of room in Phoenix. So 2 minutes until the pick. But yeah, it'd be nice, Pugachev.
I mean, it makes so much sense with what we value and what they drafted, like Daniil Butte and Simashev, and
It would make
There's a
sense
lot of
because
luck.
like Washington is picking after.
right after too. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah,
Well,
they might.
Pugachev also fits what Washington likes. So
It'd be really bad if he doesn't go in the top 32.
I predicted top 20, so it's got to happen.
He better get drafted sooner. We're in long trouble. Yeah,
He's got to go top 20. He's too good.
I mean, he'll for sure go in the top 32, but maybe outside the top 20. It'll be interesting when the goalies come in here too. I'm intrigued to see which team would. My guess is Trable's the first goalie selected.
okay, we can do one question here.
Yeah.
On Klepov, is ETA for the NHL maybe 2-3 years?
Yeah, it won't be like Seneca.
Because he's going Michigan State next year.
Yeah. No, he needs time physically to mature, and his skating needs to come up another gear for sure.
Yeah, to answer the question, everyone is a bit different. You know,
Mhm.
not everyone has to go college, but Michigan State, they have a good program going, and their off-ice training is really like the gym is. They have a really good trainer there, so that will help Klepov.
Physical growth rate, yeah.
All right,
He just
Pip
needs to-
syndrome.
All right, crossing finger. Could be Morozov too.
Could be. It really could. I mean, the very similar player profile on the surface.
Hmm.
Or maybe they go something entirely different direction.
They draft.
Yeah, it's going to be like someone way off our board.
Yeah, it could be Villeneuve or something, and Mark stares 100,000 yard stare in the something crazy. We'll see.
I don't know what's happening.
There's like a little interlude here.
Yeah.
Who else could be?
The draft isn't long enough. We got to put in some of these fillers.
Do you know? It would be interesting. I wonder if Nicholas Aramolson, one of our top Euros, goes higher than people think. You're talking about a sniping rush winger who actually has a bit of Peterka crossover. That's they just traded him. Aramolson has a bit of that. And more physical than Peterka, more of a gamer than Peterka, better along the walls than Peterka. Not as fast in open ice, but there's some parallels there with Peterka where if you chip out Peterka, you can bring in something that has some similar traits there. If they thought about Nicholas Aramolson, who's one of our top Euro forwards, who we think is better than Hermanson long term. What else could they maybe look at? What about Jonas Lagerberg-Holm?
Maybe Tommy Blyle.
Tommy Blyle? Like, I'm just thinking about who they would replace off the wing. Like, Hone is another flash and dash sniping winger who's bigger than Peterka, much more physically engaged than Peterka. Again, not as good a skater at the same age, though. not as polished.
Yeah.
But Jonas Lagerberg, Hone, and Nicholas Emerolson for everybody. Those are the 2 Euros where don't be shocked if those names go higher than you think. Very interesting to see where they go.
I spoke too soon on the interlude. It was a good interlude.
And I mean, they need goaltending depth too, though.
No, they have the Czech.
I know they have Hrabal, but it doesn't hurt if you get another Uber.
Not in the first round.
I mean, Trable and Hrabal, Hrabal Borichev, Jerome.
No,
I'm okay with that.
I'm saying for Utah. I'm like,
Oh, for Utah.
Not doesn't make sense. I would think.
No, I
Not
don't know.
that high.
I don't mind the split. I don't mind the split. Because if Hrabal doesn't pan out, they got nothing coming in.
Well, they could make a trade. They could trade for Hellebuck.
That would be something interesting, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if he goes today still.
They have prospect to give to Winnipeg if they really want to.
Yeah. I wonder if because Winnipeg gets Bjork, like they got Bjork now, I wonder if they actually try to just keep Hellebuck and say, listen, like we can come back quicker than you think.
Yeah, I don't know.
The thing with Hellebuck, I was telling Mark this last night, was like the problem with him trading him is like, yeah, he won the gold medal and it was like one of the best performances you ever see, but his season on the whole was not that good relative to what you're typically see from Hellebuck, and he's 33.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of freaking teams wanting him.
For sure there is, yeah. But in terms of like trying to move him for the right package, it gets a bit more tricky. Right? Or if he came off something like a Vezina, it's so much easier to move him for the package you're looking for. So, what other names do you think you could surprise here? What about Jack Hextall? Does he go higher than people think?
Belchez.
They went with Belchez.
They went with Belchez? Okay.
Yeah.
So they stole LA's pick. they took LA's pick on them. What did they do?
They trade up. Maybe they thought
trade up.
Washington was going to pick him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They must have thought, yeah. They must have gotten. Right.
All right. Belchez, you guys can talk about him.
Yeah, we covered him a little bit earlier to just talk about compete level, but this is another really, really impressive goal scorer. Huge kid. So talking about some guys earlier, like Nick Ritchie size, but scores. We're going to hear Ryan Rubrick's name a little bit later on. They're similar in their scoring abilities. And as I mentioned, Belchez has dropped the gloves, and he has games where he does compete. So it's not that he doesn't, it's just that he doesn't consistently. And when you're that size, it's frustrating for scouts to see that size and then not playing to that size. You know, you see some smaller 5'9" guys playing well beyond their size, and then the 6'4", 6'5" kid that's inconsistent in playing a highly competitive physical game. So although he does it, scouts would have just wanted to do it more. And if he did it more, there's not a chance he would have been available down in these late teens here. But for Utah fans, you are going to see a very large human who can really score goals. And that's a nice combination.
J. Brad, you saw him quite a few times also, OHL draft.
Yeah.
So maybe you want to add some things?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Belchez from his OHL draft year was how good he was in big games. Very good in the OHL Cup and Oakville won the OHL Cup that year. And then throughout the year in tournaments and knockout games, played very well. I think that's what really drove him up in his OHL draft year. As Mark touched on, very good goal scorer. I've watched him play since he was about 15. And he's always had that goal scoring touch. And when he's on, like we talk about his compete fluctuating, but when he's on, he's punishing, very, very good player when he's on. So yeah, I've always liked this player. I do wish he was consistent. But yeah, the size goal scoring combo, if he can get that compete to be more consistent, he's going to be a really good player.
Oh, he'll be such a steal at this part of the draft. And that's why they traded up. They're just betting on the fact that they can get that out of him. And then he's a steal at this pick.
Yeah, it's a good bet to take, honestly.
Yeah, down in this range. I mean, this is where we had him. We're right down here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big thing with him too is the skating. The skating needs some work. That's what, bigger kid. If he can get the skating to another level, that's going to go a long way. Not as good gifted a skater as Hemming or Dagenet or Pogachev or some of these other power forwards. But the thing with him that's interesting is how dynamic he can handle a puck at his size. Like, there's a tremendous amount of versatility to his deking range. He has he operates a little bit like Greentree in the sense that he's very committed to his backhand as well as his forehand. And so it gives him a lot of options. The big thing with him, though, is that there's games and performance where you don't even see him. He can be legitimately invisible, and that's really difficult to do when you're a 6'5.5" kid with a tremendous amount of talent. But that is a very, very immature player in terms of being an efficient hockey player. Doesn't know how to be efficient at this stage in his development. He's going to have to learn to play a much more inside-driven power game and stop relying on his shot quality as much as he does at this stage in his development.
So Washington coming up.
There are hope. I don't know anymore. I don't know. We'll see. Morozov.
Savanto.
Savanto is now looking like one of the picks of the draft to me. Like, if you get Savanto down here now, like, there's so much runway with that kid. One of the youngest centers in the draft. Unbelievable playmaking ability. Very, very soft hands. He can cut through players. He can cut around players. He can drive net front. He can redirect. He can be that net front dirty player, but he can also create ice and find options. There's so much to Savanto.
So our top ranked players are Pogachev, Savanto, Sherbakov, Lynn, Holbert, Sokolowski,
Right, yeah.
Atkinson, Aaron Olsen, Blyle.
Aaron Olsen, Blyle. A
Ignatovic.
lot of good players left. A lot of opportunity here for some teams to hit some. I mean, if you look at home run potential out of the players we just mentioned, maybe Tommy Blyle. It's the top of that. If things go right with Tommy Blyle, you're getting a pretty unique and specialized offensive defenseman who can move pucks like very few other D. The kid's unbelievable with his playmaking trajectories. It's almost the opposite of Smits, honestly. Like, him and Albert Smits are basically opposite players. Everything Smits is good at, Blyle needs help with, and everything Blyle's phenomenal at, Smits needs help with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Washington has draft out of Russia. So
All the time.
Pugachev, Sherbakov, Morozov
Yeah.
are candidate.
They just traded McMichael, who was their hybrid center there. He's playing center for half the season, wing the other half, I think, something around that. So do they go with the center? Do they go with the power center and Morozov or Savannah?
I mean, we talked about it before, but are they taking Pugachev and be like, well, when he's NHL ready in 2-3 years, Wilson will be 35. So
he'll be getting up there.
Yeah, they do have a lot of wingers like Alex Stock, Kyrou, Leonard, the Protas brothers.
Protas brothers, yeah.
So they have a lot of wingers.
What a big top nine.
Yeah.
It'd be tempting not to add to that. Like, I would want to add to that really quick.
Savanto.
Savanto's the pick?
Well, that's the right pick. That is a phenomenal pick. And, I just discussed him in detail so somebody else can talk about him.
Well, I can say, like, the biggest debate we had was, is he a second-line center or is he a third-line center?
Right.
I'm more third-line. Brad is more second-line. So that was a bit of the debate. And the fact that he didn't really produce that much this year. But he's one of the youngest player in the draft. He's a September birthday. He's got good hands, underrated, good playmaking. Again, underrated. Nobody talks about it. Just he can't really score, but around the net, he's gonna get his goals. because nobody can deny him going to the net. He's going there. He plays the right way. He's physical. So I think that's a heck of a pick by Washington here.
Yeah. Not much to add. I really like the runway ahead for him. There's just so much room for him to become something that'll be more valued than this 18th overall selection. I think Jerome just laid it out pretty good. Like he plays the right way. There's some limitations offensively, but it's not like he's destined for a fourth line or anything like that. And then there's just the physical package. There's just so much room for him to turn into something special.
The reason we have him ahead of players like Lawrence and even Command is that the sense in this kid is, I think, quite a bit superior to theirs. And when you look at scaling up to the NHL, that's one of the big factors here. And so sense scales, his sense is way better than I think most people realize. Very underrated, meticulous 200-foot game. He's also arguably one of the top defensive centers in this class. Like when you look long-term, like he might be ending up better than Caleb Malhotra in terms of being able to defend at the center position. He could be a matchup center nightmare. So brings a lot of versatility. And we just said it. I mean, this team is massive in the top line with the wingers. Now you got a power center who can complement them correctly. I think it's a phenomenal fit. I think it's an awesome pick.
Yeah, and something we didn't talk about and should have talked about right off the start of the show is how we, for people that are new to us, is how we value things. So we have Hockey Sense Compete Skill Skating, the big four, and we grade those on a 3 to 9 scale, 3 being poor, 9 being elite. We don't add up any grades and come up with a grade for the rankings, but it's just a way for us to take a snapshot of a player. So if we're talking about a player, we can literally say, oh, he's a 6'6", or something like that. And we always say it in that order because it's Hockey Sense Compete Skill Skating, and that's how we value it in that order. So Hockey Sense being number 1, and what Brad just talked about is the Hockey Sense here. And, conversely, some of the guys that we didn't have ranked as high as you might have seen on some other lists, or as high as they went tonight, we didn't have them graded out quite as high in the Hockey Sense. So naturally, being our most important factor, most important trait, they would slide down our list a little bit. Now, it's not like they slide off our board or anything, but within those groupings, when we're doing our list, that Hockey Sense value being high is something that's going to push guys up our board. Now, there's always some exceptions when they're just ridiculous in some other, categories. But in general, you're going to see some pretty good Hockey Sense numbers with the guys that are up our list.
So LA is coming up next. By the way, we mentioned like Utah picking Belchez, but let's not forget they still have pick 23. So maybe Pugachev gets.
Well, that's true.
To 23. We'll see.
That's possible.
I find it really interesting. They went up and took Belchez in the slot where normally the Kings just go OHL.
Yeah, I guess so.
Kings must have just wanted Klepov.
Maybe.
It was like they stopped their meeting. Oh, we'll get Klepov there.
Yeah, it's possible. We'll see. I mean, the Kings need everything in their system. What does LA look to do here?
Maybe Ryan.
Must be a scout.
Ryan Lynn.
Must be a scout going to take a leak. Just call.
I mean, they traded Jordan Spence. Ryan Lynn has some qualities of Jordan Spence. They developed.
Did you see Jordan Spence getting a nice contract today?
Deserves it. He was tremendous in Ottawa this past season. He was unbelievable for that team. Yeah,
well,
when they needed him
after Sanderson got hurt,
right.
Like
he was
the best defenseman, basically.
He was the best defenseman by a mile. Yeah.
All right.
Ryan Lynn's a better prospect at the same age. So
yeah.
So that tells you what Lynn's value is to us. It's possible. And again, as Mark said, like LA, they love to dip in the O, and the CHL in general, and Lynn is in the dub. So we'll see here.
I mean, Who would be the ISOHLer? It would be Sokolovsky.
Sokolovsky. I don't know if they would do it. I don't know. I mean, they
I
know
think-
London well.
I think he'll go more late first.
Yeah. What about William McCanson? They need a motor giant shutdown D. They don't have that. William McCanson might make some sense for them.
Yeah,
Like they signed Clark to that contract. He needs an insulator, and Hansen provides exactly that. Rubric. It's possible because we mentioned the OHL, and he is a sniping. We can't call him a power forward. We wish we could. He's more of a sniping finesse forward, but he does have tremendous goal scoring potential. But he's like we talk about Rubric being inconsistent. I mean, we're talking about Belchet's being inconsistent. Rubric is like legitimately one of the most inconsistent players we've ever scouted. Like the kid is.
A pick has been made.
Hermanson.
Oh yeah, Elton Hermanson.
Oh, Hermanson. So they went hyper skill.
Yeah,
Okay.
with skill. Oh God, this player.
Drove us a bit crazy.
So talented.
So
Like
talented.
that. He's got the shot. He's got the playmaking. He's got the hands. The skating is fine. It's not like very good, but it's fine. Just sometimes like you just don't trust a player, and he fits that mold for me. Sometimes he tries a bit too much. Quite soft. Like when we say soft, it's not always like the physical play. It's just like really like at the U18, he was like really bad, passes and in bad places by him, just trying to very flashy soft play that like Sweden still won the gold, like they still won the gold,
Mhm.
but I really did not like his play at the U18, and I don't know. I think scouting to me is a lot about trust. Like, can you trust that player is not gonna f you up? I don't know if I trust like that player. If I'm a scout and I'm gonna pick him, I'm a bit cautious with players like him. Nordmark, another player like that on Sweden. So yeah, we had him, I believe, 29 on our list. So
We had him higher for a bit of the year, most of the year, I think, though, right? And then we dropped him. We're like, yeah, there's just with the playoffs specifically, because the thing is, like, you look at his game, there is potential for him to get drowned out in playoff hockey because of the pace, the physicality. To Jerome's point, like sometimes you just want him to do basic forechecking and he lets up. Other times you want him driving and dictating more often than he does. And it's frustrating because he's such a natural talent, but that's what happens with some natural talents. It's not so dissimilar to McKenna. It's such a remarkable talent, but then you just wish they would bring everything together a bit more often in terms of being assertive. But the thing with this player is that you look at his production historically in Allsvenskan, it is bordering elite. Like it's right up there, I believe, with David Pasternak. It's better than Philip Forsberg's. It's better than Andrei Burakovsky's. It's right up there. He had a tremendously good season in Allsvenskan in terms of his production. Though at this time, the thing with him is like he's basically a power play specialist where the 5-on-5 offense can be inconsistent. But when he's playing up to his ability, then it really stands out. So if he is willing to commit himself to the details of the game a bit more, play a bit more inside, a little bit harder, then LA is going to get a really, really valuable piece because he is extremely talented.
Yeah. Interesting.
Buffalo on the clock.
Yeah, Buffalo's coming up.
Sokolovsky. To have the biggest back end in history, just get the biggest kids possible.
Samuelson, Crevier, Murta, like
biggest back end ever. It would be hilarious to watch. And they got all these small forwards just darting around the ice and the biggest back end possible. It'd be pretty interesting. I'm gonna go for. I'm doing it. I'm saying the goalie. I'm gonna go with Treble. I think this is where they take a goalie. We've seen Yarmo not care and just take goalies all over the place. Like they took Danil Tarasov in the third round and he didn't even play the draft season. His draft season was injured. They took him anyways because of the potential. They need a goaltender. Like if they move Levi, which is we talked about that earlier for people who joined a bit later. They have to bring in a new goaltender in their system. Lyon doesn't have that many years left on the runway, and then Luukkonen does have already coming off double hip surgery. So you take that into consideration. I really think that Trable or Borochev makes a whole lot of sense. For sure, Buffalo is at the top of that list.
I mean, Yarmo was still with Columbus last year, right?
No,
When
not last
no?
year.
No.
No, not last year.
So because last year they took Andrianov
Very high, yeah, but that was not. Yeah, that wasn't
at that exact spot.
Yeah, that's right.
Need some dub guys to wake Jay Brad up.
Hang in there, Jay Brad.
Okay, the pick is coming up soon, so
It's not going to be the Ruck brothers here, so.
We'll see. They have drafted a lot out of Russia in the past. I mean, it was before Yarmo but the scouting staff is the same.
Yarmo also drafts Russians too, though.
Yeah,
Yarmo's pretty comfortable drafting out of Russia.
The Terminator coming back out.
Gary.
The thing is, they took the highest risk player in the top 10. So do they fall back and try to take one of the higher floor players remaining? Who would that be? Simas Ignatavicius. Highest floor remaining?
Morozov.
Morozov's
the pick. All right. Actually, you could compare him to former Sabres player, and a guy we had pretty high is Jurgensen. Zimgus Jurgensen.
Right. Yeah. You're right.
Play the same type of role in the NHL. Played for a long time.
Yeah, that's a really good comparison.
That is. The one thing I would say, Ignatavicius is slightly more creative, dynamic with his playmaking ability, but very similar in terms of style and what they would.
Really hardworking player.
Smart, hardworking, detailed, super mature.
34 years old. He's like solid, man.
Yeah, that kid's a monster.
He's ready to step in when they need him.
Yeah, that's a good point. But they need Avicius, one of the most mature players in the draft. You'll get him faster than a lot of these other kids. But I don't know if he'd go this high. There's a lot of really dynamic players still remaining. Might take higher ceiling kids still. But again, with Rudolph, I'd be solidifying the floor real quick because there's some boomer bust there.
Yeah, we didn't mention this for Rudolph, but his number one asset is his power play, and
Dahlin's there
value. Yeah. And then, I mean, Dahlin is not going anywhere. So
no, yeah, it's very strange from that perspective, honestly. Yeah, and then you look at some of the D they got. I mean, Owen Power. Like he's a finesse defenseman. He's not a multifaceted defenseman. He's not a physical defenseman. Rudolph's not going to be that either. So it's it's interesting from that perspective. But they got Crevier coming in now, so they don't care. They got a 6'8" monster they just brought in.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna also use him as a trade chip, So
yeah, potentially.
If they need to acquire a big time player.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an option. They have also have Merca in the system coming soon, so they're starting to they have a good prospect pool to trade some of those guys. So
definitely, yeah.
We're almost at 1,300 viewers. It's funny, last year, same thing happened. As the draft goes, the more our viewers count, raise.
We were up really high at the end.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a great time. It's been a pretty interesting draft so far. It's very hard to project now, though. Predict where players are going out. It's very difficult to predict.
Yeah, well, we knew
that was Philly's next.
Oh, well, speaking of hard to predict, What would Philly do? I mean, Philly doesn't mind dipping into Russia either.
If
What does-
if Bob Clark was running the draft for Philly, I would say they would draft Sokolowski in a second.
It's, yeah. I mean, they need that style of player. They don't have something like that on the back end at all.
They have a lot of small.
They got a lot of smaller
Yeah.
defensemen.
I mean, it could be Pugachev, could be but big
I don't know.
physical guy. I don't know if they want to go Russia too with the Michkov.
But yeah, Mitchkov has not helped their cause. That's been difficult for them.
It's not been great. Who knows?
Well, Rick Tocchet style player, like hard to play.
I mean, you would love
Pugachev.
Pugachev.
Pugachev would be something Rick Tocchet would love to have on his team. For sure, Morozov fits this as well. Like, that's a Rick Tocchet style player. Rick Tocchet hates East-West movement. He hates it. Like, Andrei Kuzmenko, we wanted to launch him out into outer space. He couldn't stand what Kuzmenko brought to the table. He couldn't stand when Pedersen would try to open up his game either. He likes hard north-south grinding style hockey. That's what he likes to commit to. But admittedly, like, Trevor Zegras did actually develop in his system, which is kind of weird. You never know.
Surprisingly, we all thought it was going to be a disaster.
Yeah, on paper, it's like, oh my god. Yeah,
Flyers like the Knights.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. They do like the Knights. They do need a Sokolowski style of D. Yeah, well, that's our
Thanks,
former
Mike.
scout, Farkas.
You left us, Mike. Come on.
Always opinionated. Always welcome. Yeah.
Oh, we have a suggestion here.
Oh, yeah. Novotny. Yeah, that's an interesting one. The floor is high.
That's my buddy, so I can say this. That's a fucking stupid suggestion.
Oh, wait. He's got one more.
I was trying to be more political, John.
He's got
Sorry.
one more.
No. Whoa, John. That would be a pretty crazy one. Shrenko going that high would be surprising to me. He is talented. He did put up together a tremendous season in Slovakia. Put up the same production as Philip Mishar, didn't he? Or better production than Mishar this past season. But Shrenko going this high would be very surprising because the risk factor, like smaller forward, smaller winger.
If Philip Mishar is not working out, and Mishar was a better player at the same age, I would be very cautious.
Sure, we're not the biggest Shrenko fans. Not the biggest Shrenko fans. But admittedly, power play ability is there. He's smart. He can pass a puck. He's well-rounded. His skill set's pretty impressive. It's just you need it to be at the level Klepov is in order for it to hold, which is why Klepov we had ranked considerably higher, why Anaheim took him. Where with Shrenko, you're looking for sure day 2, I think. But let's put it this way. If you get it right, mad props, John. That's one we would definitely not see coming. It'd be interesting. I mean, sometimes Philly does go off the board, though.
Yeah, they should make their picks.
Rogowski here as
we're
well.
We're getting into the start of the Novotny area, though.
Yeah.
What I like.
Well, to Jay Brad's point, Rogowski, the matchup center, could he come into play here? He's a huge kid.
They reached on this
because they have a small D-core. They need supporting centers who are massive. Rogowski's that. That would be an interesting pick because they got Nesbitt. If Nesbitt actually does hold and play, and you got Rogowski, that is an interesting.
They're pretty much the same player, like projection wise at the NHL level.
Production wise, probably, but I would say different in terms of how they do their thing off the puck and everything. Like Rogowski is a athletically gifted skating matchup center. Nesbitt skating was nowhere near where Rogowski's is. At the same stage. I would also say Rogowski's a more natural playmaker than Nesbitt. Nesbitt's probably more natural at playing the net front area, more of like a rebound, redirect type of player. Not that Rogowski can't do that, but
I guess Philly doesn't want to make a pick.
I mean, listen, we got to give them all the props in the world. They take Pugachev. We got to give it to them.
Yes, John Villeneuve is still available, but we'll see. I didn't put the comment, but
Yeah, Villeneuve is a
Maybe it's
really
a trade. I don't
big
know.
wild card.
The clock disappeared, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Villeneuve is like the wild card of this draft.
There you go. There's a trade.
Oh,
San Jose is trading up, so they're going to draft here.
Wow.
okay, I won't be shocked at all if they do it. I'm calling it. I'm calling Villeneuve because they're mad. Why not? They get Verhoff and Stenberg in a draft. Now you can go after a kid like that. You go after the highest available ceiling. Risk be damned. I could see them doing it.
So San Jose got Stenberg. They got Verhoff.
If they get Villeneuve and Villeneuve hits, oh my God.
Well, I don't think they need Villeneuve
Ooh.
because they got Dickinson, who could be a power play
Dickinson.
guy. Verhoff, power play guy.
Right.
Just think
Different
Pogachev.
role.
Come on.
Do you know what? We talked about this jokingly, Jerome, but now it could be reality. We talked about Zhao Ji Wang being paired with who long term? Sokolowski. One of the craziest defensive pairings in history. If it actually
There's
worked
a lot
out.
of work.
A lot of runway. You're talking 5-6 years. We're not
So
gonna.
the trade is pick 21 for 27, 62, and 120.
Ooh, I like that value coming back. That's a good
didn't
trade down
cost-
with you.
Yeah.
San Jose. So, So they took what's one of our favorite Russians there, Chernyshov. They took Chernyshov recently. There's some overlap. We'll talk about that when it happens. Pogachev gets drafted. There is a bit of overlap with Chernyshov in some areas.
I wonder if any Russian got sunburned at the Russian camp.
Yeah, who won the award for the most burnt
Yeah.
burnt Russian
The
prospect?
Chernyshov award goes to.
I can't believe he fell because of that. I'll never get over that. I couldn't believe he fell in the second round.
Pogachev is dropping right now.
I mean, is he though? Like this is not completely unexpected that he's in this area.
I thought he'd go top 20, to be honest.
I thought he'd go 22.
I mean, this
We're all
is
the
the
way
range.
at, we're
If
all
he
the way
goes
at 21.
25, 26, then it's like, okay. You think it has to be a D-man? I mean, why not? Why not stack it and solidify the position right now in this draft? I really think Villeneuve or Ryan Lynn makes a lot of sense because there's risk with those players just because of the size. Very different types of risk, though. Lynn is a much higher floor relative to Villeneuve. But in terms of like talent, to be able to move pucks and change the dynamic of your lineup, like they bring a lot of different elements to the table.
What about Sherbakov? Look at
Sherbakov would be an awesome pick because they didn't get Gustafsson after, and that's like
the pick is in. I have to play my music. Ryan Lynn is the pick.
There it is. Awesome pick. The reason that it's not Villeneuve and Lynn is because the floor is so much higher in Lynn, much better defensively than Villeneuve, much more of a physical, agitating style of player than you would think given his size. He's one of those kids where, he's 5'11", he thinks he's 6'4", and that works to your advantage in terms of willingness to play a heavier game than you would expect. But it also, the reason we dropped him a little bit and the reason he went a bit later than maybe some would suspect is because of the injury risk. As a player's already been injured. Falls in the Zach Benson camp for us, where we're a bit worried about Benson with his injury risk. Frank Nazar was another, where we're a smaller forward that we thought was very talented, but we thought the injury risk was higher. And Nazar was injured severely after we had predicted that. And now with Lynn, that's where the risk factor is, which is a very different risk assessment, again, with Villeneuve, which we'll discuss when we get to Villeneuve. But incredibly smart player, phenomenal puck mover. Projects, I'd say, to be more of a power play 2 now that we see Verhoff coming in here, Dickinson's there. This can be a supplement for a power play 2. And again, a phenomenally brilliant thinker of the game. Like thinks 2-3 steps ahead.
That's a great draft by San Jose.
Oh, San Jose.
Stenberg, Verhoff, Lynn.
Oh my
J.
goodness.
Brad, I'll let you speak. You finally have a guy to talk about.
There we go. Back to the dub. But I great draft for San Jose, getting Verhoff, Lynn, and then of course Stenberg. Brad talked about the injury risk. He broke his wrist this year. He was out for about 4 to 6 weeks, I think. So it is there. When he comes out of the zone, he does look a lot bigger than he is, and he's a big target to hit. But again, as Brad touched on, very intelligent player. He can create lanes for himself. He walks the blue line well and shoots well from the point, navigates traffic for both his passing and his shooting lanes. Very intelligent with the puck and distributes it well from the point. Good puck control. So you're getting another guy who can contribute on the power play as well. And a guy who will hit open ice as well. I've seen him lay a couple of hits for Vancouver open ice. And again, for a smaller defenseman, I'd like to see that. So, yeah, San Jose is racking up. They needed some right shot defensemen coming into the draft, and they get Verhoff and Lynn. That's a great combo, especially picking, what was this, the 21st pick? So getting those two guys and Stenberg, that's a great first round for San Jose.
I saw Lynn during the summer. He was in Oakville for the Holinka camp, and to say he was good is an understatement. He was the best player on the ice every day. It was really impressive. He just had the puck on a string, was doing whatever he wanted, and showed off the skill and the hockey sense for the whole camp. And honestly, I thought he could be a top 5 pick at that time, but I think really it comes down to size and the fact that he's not an elite skater for that size. The injury risk plays a part for sure. Would contribute to the slide to 21, which I think 21 is a steal. But for me, that was the reason that I dropped him, was just the skating it's fine. It's not an issue, but when we see the smaller D, we really like it when their skating is just high end and you don't have to worry about it. With Lynn, it's not that. It's good. And then, like we talked about, he had the injury issues this year. You don't want to see those smaller guys get injured. You want to see those smaller guys never get hit, a la Marner, instead of the Robbie Fabbris of the world. So that to me is why he went 21 and not 10.
Yeah, I'd say the other factor might be that you're not talking Quinn Hughes, McCarr levels of dynamism, right? When he's flying down a wing, it's about, he's cerebral. He's anticipating play correctly. He's finding open space. He's finding weak side options in advance. All that's there. But when you look at the handling rates, you look at the shooting mechanics, they're not the highest end relative to some of these, like Xavier Villeneuve, for instance. Like Xavier Villeneuve's skating handling combination is just a completely different level than Ryan Lynn's. But the reason Lynn went ahead of him is because Lynn knows how to play in a structure, looks much more like a pro player at this stage, and again, much better defensively.
He's
much less risk.
One plays structured hockey, one doesn't.
One doesn't. Yeah,
it's not close.
I mean, our player comp was
the draft.
Our player comp was like an aggressive Adam Fox. I think that's. We'll see if the offense is as high as Adam Fox, but like he's very, very smart. Pittsburgh pick is in, so I'll just play my little video. But prediction, I'm going with.
Got a ruck here, man.
Dummy Blyle. Oh, there you go. One of the rock.
It is one of the rocks. Sometimes you can just tell with Dubas. Sometimes, which one is it, Liam?
Yeah, which one? They're both hugging each other. So.
Liam.
Okay. I think I the only one who had Liam higher than Marcus?
On our staff.
That's fine.
It's worked out for you here.
Well, yeah. Big deal.
You're wrong, but it's worked out for you tonight.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much of a leg to stand on with this, but that's okay. I don't mind that. Yeah, I did have Liam ahead. I just I thought the ceiling was a little higher. I thought Marcus had a higher floor. Liam had a higher ceiling. Obviously offensive forward, not the best skater. I thought to compare them a bit, I thought Liam would be better if they got separated. He'd have less trouble adjusting to being without Marcus than Marcus would without Liam. Liam's the goal scorer of the two. And Jerome, he's the one who shoots right. Very good, very good goal scorer. A lot of skepticism with the skating, but as the season progressed, I thought not only did the intelligence get better, but I thought the skating would probably hold a little bit more as the season went on. I got asked a lot about how I'd kind of compare them to another shorter, not as good skater, Ben Kindle from last year. I had Kindle way higher than I have these two. So yeah, like I said, I had Liam higher. A 45 goal scorer, volume shooter, and can anticipate very well, and he gets himself in good positions to score. And again, if they get separated, I think Liam had the better chance to be a better player. So that was for me.
Brad?
Yeah. So the big thing with these kids is they look like spaghetti strands, right? These kids have the most filling out to do out of any two players that are getting drafted in this first round. They are extreme. They need to go on my diet ice cream immediately. We got to get the pounds on them. They are thin kids, and that leads to the issues where it's not just a to B power situation with them when it comes to their skating foundation. It is a mechanical issue as well. Mechanically, they're a bit rigid. They don't have very dexterous hip lines. They don't have 3-point flexion, meaning they don't activate through their hips, their knees, their ankles correctly at this time. They're like, for instance, Gleb Pugachev is one of the best 3-point flexion skaters in this draft. Everything just seamlessly transfers through him in terms of his power, where these kids, it's very janky mechanically. Their strides are short. That doesn't help them either. They can't elongate themselves. It's very difficult for them to get themselves off their center line. However, there's a reason that we're talking about them. There's a reason he was drafted, and that's because he is a very special talent in terms of his offensive potential, one of the best shooters in this class, as Jay Brad discussed. And the other factor, very smart, like not just in terms of shooting instincts either, not just in terms of finding open space, being able to sneak in ghost coverage. He has those qualities, but he's also very smart with the puck on his stick in terms of being a crafty playmaker, even coming off the walls. Like, this kid doesn't get hemmed down very often. It's because he anticipates well, he processes very quickly, mentally maps the ice. And that's rare because, as Jay Brad mentioned, volume shooter. Usually with volume shooters, what happens is you get tunnel vision, or you see players like Jonas Lagerberg-Hone, who we do have time for, but he does have some tunnel vision because he's looking to assert himself so frequently. But that's where this kid really separates himself. Both rucks really separate themselves in this instance, which is that they're very good at using a combination of their shots and pass playmaking rates at the right times, where they're not forcing plays. And that's super important because their rate of recovery due to their skating base is very unlikely to ever be there. So if they weren't as smart as they are and they weren't as skilled as they are, then they're very likely not to be selected as high as they have been here. But what's interesting to me now, for all of you, like, Pittsburgh's got to come back in now, right? Pittsburgh's got to be able to come in and take the other ruck now. They got to figure out a way to get him. That'd be pretty cool to see.
They have, I think Mike in the comment section said they have pick 39.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, too late to grab them. They're going to have to move up.
Well, Mike was saying I should share his message, but Mike the insider, I said they're trying to move up.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, they have to, right? They're not going to be able to get the other ruck at 39.
This makes sense for Pittsburgh, this type of player.
What do they have that they could move? Maybe Blomqvist, the goalie, because they got Mershchev, they got Joel Blomqvist, who's a very interesting goalie prospect still. Maybe they can move him in a package to bump up from 39 and
it could just be draft pick. Like, they have 2 second-round pick, 39 and 54.
Oh, really? Okay, so something along that line, and
yeah. So Brad covered him really well. So I'll give some feedback from some NHL scouts that I heard, and the big concern was the 162 pounds, 172 pounds. This was the 172 pounder, but just how weak they are, and then the week along with having the skating issues. And then when you flip to the positive, a just incredibly high hockey IQ and skill. One being the scorer, one being the playmaker. So really interesting players to try and rank and to try and project because there's so much could change. Is the 162 pounder going to become a 192 pounder, or where's that head, strength factor. And then I think Brad did a really good job breaking down that the skating isn't just all about the fact that they're weak. It's actual technical issues.
We have a trade.
Here we go.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh trade. Here we go.
Utah trades pick number 23 to Detroit for Sebastian Casa.
Huh.
What?
Wow.
What? Whoa.
You wanted them to have a goalie? They have a goalie.
Whoa. Well, I was right in the sense of what I thought Utah was attempting to do. I did not expect them to grab Costa, though. From Detroit's perspective, they do have Augustine, and Augustine has developed extremely well in college, so they still have a premium goalie prospect. But I'm surprised at the timing of this, that they would not. Costa's coming off a pretty darn good AHL season.
And pick 23.
Yeah, that's
in
not
this draft.
Because they drafted in what, top 15? Close to the top 15 when they took him, right?
Costa was 15.
That is peculiar, to put it mildly. I don't know.
I'm not surprised they're trading him, but
I'm a bit surprised.
No, if they don't think he's ready, and they're not gonna have him and Augustine, together
coming through
in the
together.
AHL.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And probably Casa is like, hey, I've been, in the AHL for like 3 years.
Yeah, he wants to get a chance at it for sure.
Yeah.
That makes Utah terrifying if they both develop. Frobel and Casa develop.
Is that the biggest goalie duo ever?
That's the biggest goalie duo, and wow, would it be amazing if they both hit, like, tremendous potential there. Yeah, that is very interesting. One thing about the Rucks, before we lose the Rucks, don't talk about Liam anymore. These kids did the one thing they have to do in order for us to really think they can play, and that's they forced our hand. When we were first evaluating them, we didn't have that much time for them because of the lack of the toolkit, and the physical immaturity was just too far gone for us. And by the end of the season, they really forced us into thinking a bit differently about them. That's usually a good sign when we're forced to have to reevaluate big time. I remember my last 7-8 viewings of them. I was like thinking of Jay Brad, thinking about Marketel and Jerome. It's like, guys, I think we're in for a rude awakening if we put these kids a bit too low, because they to be starting to look a bit more functional. They're starting to their coordinations come up a bit, and they're just too naturally gifted.
Yeah, so who is Detroit going to pick, huh?
If they take Trable, I'm done. I don't know.
Well, they love drafting out of Sweden. So
they do draft out of Sweden.
Aram Olsen?
Well, okay, they're about to lose Larkin. Who's the remaining top center? Morozov? Jack Hextall? They love drafting out of the USHL. They take Jack Hextall?
The best center. I mean, it's Rogowski or Marcus Rock for us.
For us, but for them, maybe Jack Hextall makes sense. They do like like their backyard. They have a lot of people scouting out of the USHL. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Jack Hextall. That is my random guess.
In. Let me play my little music.
Hurlbert.
Olbert.
JP? JP's gone?
Yeah.
Good pick.
Okay.
Good pick.
It's J-Brad time.
J-Brad.
Yeah. He had another similar. He was. I had him higher, obviously, than the Rucks at the start of the year. But another guy who, he was scoring a ton to start the year, but I wasn't as big of a fan as I was later in the season. Really good dual threat offensively. Played really well at center and the wing this season. Really good shot. Really accurate. And he's just very smart player. Obviously he has the high skill and he competes out there, but he's very intelligent. And as a rookie, 97 points in Kamloops. So just excellent player, very creative. But the skating is really where I had a problem with him all year. Even though he did climb up my board quite a bit, the skating I still had some problems with. Smaller guy, not as very good skater, not very high on players like that personally, but he's still a very, very, again, intelligent, skill, very good player for this range, I think, for Detroit. But yeah, very smart guy. Keeps work. He's a hard-working player. So yeah, good pick at this range for Detroit.
High hockey instincts, offensive instincts.
Yeah.
It's I was just talking to him last night with someone just saying like just a great, ugly, great player. Like it it ain't pretty when he does it.
The description
But
of
man, is it effective. Like he's just got the ridiculous offensive instincts, and it's kind of fun to watch because when you watch the guys that aren't that pretty doing it, and then the numbers just don't stop coming, they're easy to root for.
He did start. JP Olberg did start a trend last year when he left the U.S. program.
Yeah.
Because this year, there's like
Mass exodus.
yeah, there's a lot of kids who are trying to leave the U.S. program. So,
But it also makes sense because Detroit is always dipping back into that program. They're always looking at the USHL. So
Yeah, I texted someone yesterday who's pretty tight with the program and just said, "Program is on life support." And the reply came back, "The program is dead."
yeah, I'll be honest with you. From a scouting perspective, everyone listening to this, it helps us. The program was not helpful for us because you had kids who were too good that were buried at times, and then other times it's just very difficult to try to project some of them because if you put them off what essentially was supposed to be the Harlem Globetrotters of hockey, they could look very different in different environments. You know,
you can't have four. You can't have four first lines. You can't
exactly.
You can't keep everybody happy. So you just got pissed off players, and so many coaches over the years have just played well, in some cases one line, but no more than two lines, and then you've got guys pigeonholed down as third, fourth liners that aren't anything like that.
Right.
So I would love that program to just die and go away.
Well, I'll be honest too. The jerseys don't help us. Like we need to see numbers at the beginning of the year, and they didn't care. So it's nothing from a scouting perspective. It's so hard to tell who was who on the ice or trying to get used to.
They also had a very bad player evaluation. Like a lot of good players were left.
A lot of good players. Reed, Chase Reed, right?
Lately it's been really bad.
I mean, Extall.
I'm told this year by our OHL. Told this year by our OHL scouts that they left a lot of meat on the bone with picking this year's team too. So.
Yeah.
All right. Vancouver is up next at 24. So.
Vancouver.
Unless Pittsburgh grabs this.
Oh man. I mean, who do we got? BPA. I mean, Hurlburt was our BPA, right? He was our best player available.
No.
Bugachiev, Sherbakov.
Oh, sorry. Well, minus the Russians. Right.
After those two, it's Sokolovsky, Atkinson, Aram Olsen, Tommy Blyle, Ignatievicius. So.
Right. I do not know.
Someone's got to pick Russians, Brad. Like I'm getting.
They'll start pouring off the board all at once.
I don't think it will be Vancouver. Vancouver doesn't look to draft Russians that frequently.
So 25. Who's 25?
Ottawa's 25. And then Vegas 26.
This will be like
Ottawa's picking. I'll predict Ottawa's picking Sokolovsky.
I don't know after their last gigantic defensive pick. I don't know if they're.
I know, but he was awful.
Girls.
Like truly awful.
Yeah, that was a strange pick. I remember talking to one scout at the U18s, and he loved him. Didn't think he'd play, but he'd call him the cross checker. He was like, Brad, look how high he cross checks. He would start like making motions. I was like, yes, I know he has a throwback. This was an old school scout, so he loved the throwback, but couldn't
move.
Him
the starter last year. Oh my God, he was just terrible. He couldn't make a 10-foot pass.
No, he never could. He's never. Now that's the difference.
I wasn't surprised. It was just a follow up.
Canucks pick is in. Very curious.
I'm curious. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea what direction they would take this.
Okay, they have a little video. So, yeah, I'm gonna
Who's the
predict.
who's highest consensus type guy available?
I don't know.
Blale?
Consensus does not exist in my
Not
brain.
really. Yeah, I don't know. Blale would be, I think, one of
That's
them.
why I was asking. I don't know who it is. Who would be?
Novotny.
I mean, they can't score.
Novotny.
Oh yeah, Novotny.
So Novotny,
He's
would
probably
be-
highest convinced.
yeah, he also he fits a bit of what they need. They need an aggressive forechecker who can skate, who can add secondary offense. For Novotny's issues,
What
he does.
about we don't have him that high at all,
Mhm.
but John just mentioned it. Matt's Preston.
Oh,
Plays
you're
in
right.
Vancouver.
The flash and dash rush winger. Yeah, that's not a bad.
He might be the highest consensus available.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Based on where we have him, we would think it's a very bad pick, but we could be wrong on this. So,
well, they also solidified the class. They did get a kid who's guaranteed to play. You can swing a bit. Preston's a swing, but if it hits,
He's a swing.
you get something very interesting. Some sort of, what do we describe him as? Sprong, declare, hybrid type of player. I think would be the.
I mean, he's Gavin McInnes' twin.
Physically, in terms of what he looks like. Yeah.
Novotny's the pick.
Oh, there you go. As cookie cutter as it gets. Yeah.
I knew it would be consensus.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Novotny. We're not as high on him as the general consensus, general public. The reason why he's not kind of similar to Lawrence, the fact that they don't see the ice very well. They're not sophisticated offensive players in terms of anticipation. And so they're not advanced thinkers. They don't make highly technical plays under pressure well. But what they do bring is a north-south game. You know, he's a natural skater, very, very gifted skater, good edge work, pretty solid set of hands, looks to attack one-on-one, looks to constantly pressurize opposing defenses and use his shot. And he does bring power play upside. So I'll give him this. One area we talked about with Dagenet there, with the growth rate, with his compete level, the willingness to engage, use his frame, that is an area where Novotny absolutely improved as the season progressed. The kid was more finesse-driven to start the year, end of the year, much more looking like a depth power winger to us, and that does provide secondary value, and that's important for his translation because it gives him a higher floor.
He's pretty
similar to Lawrence in the fact that I think just up and down third line winger who works his ass off and will be an NHLer, but just not as high up our list for hockey sense reasons and that kind of thing. It's more of a simple player that for us makes him fall to like a third line winger.
Yeah, high floor though. Like Malhotra and him both have.
He got better this year. He started really slow and got better. But I didn't feel there's a lot of scouts that liked him. I was more the minority.
Right.
Like there was other guys who agreed with me, but we were in the minority. A lot of guys liked him more than I did. And,
I mean, he's an older prospect. The hockey sense is the big drawback to him. And like even offensively, look at his numbers this year. They're not like fantastic. No. And his playoff, he was pretty bad in the playoff for the
did nothing.
Yeah.
When he's under pressure, that's when he starts making mistakes. He's going to have to learn to use his frame a bit more often. He uses a lot of open ice, wide deking, lateral dragging type of plays. He's going to have to learn to protect the puck better with his frame, and then I think he'd be more effective because if he can play a bit more like Morozov, where you get more of a driver with it off his backhand, using his shoulder and leaning into players, I think that could really help him. That's not been developed yet. But if Vancouver can do that, then you might really get that third line, high energy forecheck and secondary scoring winger that can bring some value.
All right, Ottawa's on the clock. Going to be interesting what they do here.
But good job by Jay Brad remembering him as the consensus guy.
Yeah, true.
As soon as I heard it, that was it.
So I know
Ottawa.
I don't see Ottawa going Russia.
No,
Unless they play in North America already.
right.
Um,
No, they're not. I don't think they.
Maybe they
Let's-
go Jack Extall and they think it's Shane Pinto 2.0.
Right. What about you know what? They just lost Kachuk, who brings a bit of what Kachuk has that's still available. We like.
Pugachev.
No, bro, we got to think outside of Russians. Everyone, no Russians. It's Ryder Cali. Ryder Cali brings a bit of what Kachuk has. I think the Ryder Cali makes some sense here. Natural center, tenacious as they come, a little bit of a havoc generator, super competitive, smart.
He's not.
Mutrin.
He's not.
Mutrin?
Let's not.
Mutrin's a
Let's
good
not get
one.
carried away.
That's a
Let's
good one,
not-
Jerome. Liking it.
Let's
wouldn't
not
be
compare
shocked if
Cali
they
to Chuck, please.
Preston.
Yeah, it's certainly something that there's got to be a physical base to what they pick here. They just lost Kachuk. You're going to have to try to.
He's not available.
I wonder if they would like shy away from drafting, U.S. national players like Mutrin because of, Kachuk leaving and it's a bit. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Director of Scouting is based in London.
Right. If they take Sokolowski, it's be the funniest. It's gonna be amazing. I don't know.
Didn't he fight Eliason?
Yeah, you beat him up.
This year?
You beat
Yeah.
up. Yeah, nobody's
That'd be a
beating up
great training
Sokolowski.
camp. That'd be great. Rematch in rookie camp.
Sokolowski had 3 fights this year. He fought 2 6'7" guy, and the third guy was a bit smaller. But yeah,
I bet you none of them will fight him again.
I don't think Eliason will fight him again after that.
No, definitely not. That kid's a monster.
Pick them and then room them together in rookie camp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think they have to go something physical.
Okay, hold on. All right, let's see what they pick.
NHL Draft. The Ottawa Senators select from Leksand, Sweden, Jonas Lagerberg Owen.
Oh, Lagerberg. That's a good
Interesting.
pick.
A pick we actually like out of Ottawa. This is a revelation. So yeah, Jonas Lagerberg Hone. I'm sure for a lot of you listening, it's like, who in the world is that? So this kid was injured for basically the entire season. He tore, I think it was his MCL or ACL. One of his knee ligaments was torn.
His knee.
Yeah. So this is a 6'2", and admittedly this goes with the base. I said it's got to go assertive and physical. They did. So Hone's game is that he is a driving, very assertive sniper who's got a good frame on him with a ton of room to fill out. Can skate relatively well. His A to B is good. Mechanics are a bit behind, but they'll catch up once he grows into his frame. He's very good off a forecheck, very good along the walls. He'll win a lot of battles back for you. Doesn't see the ice particularly well, not like Liam Ruck, who we discussed earlier. That's one of the benefits of the Ruck brothers, very good at mixing up their playmaking and shooting. Hone is much more of a dynamic sniper. Hone, the reason we had Hone above Novotny, for instance, for contrast there, or within the same range, do we have them back-to-back guys? Where was Hone and Novotny for us? Very close.
Pretty close.
Very close.
Novotny was right behind him.
Right behind him. So the reason we had Hone slightly ahead there is that he is a more gifted shooter. This kid is unbelievable at masking the shooting placement, and that's because he can make mechanical adjustments in the blink of an eye with his wrist shot. He remains untelegraphed. We talked about with Hemming, the loading is a bit too long. With Hone, it isn't long whatsoever. This projects to be a power play one type of sniper that you put on the flank, and he'll just rocket pucks in the back of the net. Wrist shot mechanics are there. The ability to drive and be extremely assertive is there, and he has some pest elements. So again, I looked at them, it's like, okay, Kachuk's missing. You got to make up the gaps there. Hone helps fill that spot. This is one of the better picks from Ottawa in a while. It's a great pick by Ottawa.
Yeah, I love this kid. The biggest theme takeaway with this kid is just he just gets inside. He just leans on people, and he's just nonstop. Let me inside. There is talk about McKenna being a perimeter player and staying outside and not getting inside. Obviously, different size players too, but this kid just leans on people to get inside. Just like Bo in the China shop gets his way to the net. I love when players not only just go to the net without the puck, but the players that go to net with the puck protect it and drive the net. And this kid does it. And Brad mentioned the shot. So this was, he might have gone much higher. At one point, I threw him at 25, and we just backed him off to 30 because of the games played, which would have been interesting. He just went 25. But if he had played more games, I think he would have played his way into, for sure, a top 15 pick. But there's risk. You know, you see this few games for an evaluation, and I think this speaks to this draft class a little bit, that with this few games, he's the 25th pick, because we're starting to fall off to the next tier here, where it gets a little more difficult to project who's going to make it.
All right. Vegas is next.
Pikachu. We're going back to Russia now. We're going. Come on.
I mean, better version of Barbashev. So
Yeah. He really is, though. Basically a bigger, more talented version of the same age as Barbashev. Barbashev had tremendous development, though. So if Pikachu can catch that development, that would really help. But I mean, they just lost Orofeyev. So what's the best remaining sniper that we project out?
Aram Olsen.
Aram Olsen, yeah. It would be Aram Olsen and a player that's guaranteed not to be selected in the top 32 in Matvei Kokov. So it won't be no Matvei Kokov, unfortunately.
We have a trade. Montreal is moving up to that spot.
Oh.
I guess Vegas wanted the Swede. That's that's what I'm reading here. Montreal does need Pugachev.
Montreal needs a power forward that can do a whole lot. Like they need another Josh Anderson before Josh Anderson retires. they got to get another bigger body.
Could be Mutrin.
This absolutely thought Montreal would take this kid. I didn't think he'd make it to them.
Yeah.
Mutrin, Ignatavicius,
Pugachev.
Those are they need it. They need a big kid who can do a lot physically.
They need some violence in that lineup.
Absolutely thought that this would be the kid they would love to get, but they were too far back. As in the pug.
And they have no problem taking Russians, as we all know. So
yeah.
I mean, 3 straight years, their first pick is Russian. Demidov,
Right.
Zarovsky.
Right.
If they get the pug here, this is such a
perfect
fit.
That's a pretty good 3 stack of Russians to get in 3 years.
What a perfect fit. Like,
yeah. Because Zarovsky, who did he have a good year last year? He's looking really good.
Yeah, and the redraft, he looks like top 10.
Yeah, I'm mad at us not pushing him even harder. We pushed really hard relative to most people, but
he has grown. Like he looks like he's almost 6'2" now.
He's bigger. Yeah.
I don't know about bigger, but taller. He needs your diet, Brad. Your ice cream diet.
Listen, everybody needs my diet. Go and get some Haagen-Dazs, get some marble slab, some Ben and Jerry's. Let's get it. I'm going to use it tomorrow to fuel up. If we're doing 5-6 hours day 2, I'm going to definitely get some.
What do you mean we?
Yeah, you'll be there for a bit. I hope we get some extra.
It was your idea.
That's true. Yeah.
So the trade was the swap pick, and Montreal gave Vegas a 3rd round pick in 27. So that's
pretty good value again. That's a 3rd rounder. That's not bad. You can hit on a 3rd rounder.
That's right, John. We do need a sponsor.
Yes. No, you're right. Baskin Robbins. I'm looking.
How about Royal Bank, John?
So yeah, this one's pretty. I mean, do they go crazy? Do they go Tommy Blale drone? Do we go dip in the queue?
They have a lot of smaller D, like Hudson, Carney.
Matheson.
Oh, I mean, Madison's fine, but like under 6 feet, they have 2 in the lineup already. So,
right.
But I mean, Blyle I like him a lot.
He's by far the most talented Q player remaining in this class, by a mile.
Don't forget Liam Lefebvre.
He's awesome. But if we see him day one, I mean, that's what they need. You're not wrong that that's what they need. He's an awesome, underrated player, but I think we'll be talking about him tomorrow.
Yeah, he'd be a great, for Montreal, a great second round pick.
I'll whip up a poutine right now.
I don't think he gets 261 though. That's what they're picking. In the second
No,
round.
there's no chance that he gets there.
Yeah.
No way. No.
All right,
Pick is in.
announce
Is in.
the pug.
And it's the pug.
Oh my God, Montreal's crushing the NHL. Bad news for everybody. This is easily the most important player that they needed. It's like basically they've subbed out Josh Anderson for
Fantastic.
the next Russian Tom Wilson, and everyone is in so much trouble. Who was that? Do you guys remember who laid the hit on Slavkovsky in the first round? The Tampa Bay.
It was one of their depth D.
One of their depth D smokes Slavkovsky, and it changed the entire momentum of that game. I'm sure Montreal fans, you remember that. You just got the player that can do that more than any other player for the next decade. This player turns people into pixels. He turns them to dust. He is the scariest force in nature you will see. He is a phenomenal 6'3", bigger frame kid with a tremendous amount of growth rate still to come, which is scary because he's all fast twitch type 2. He's very powerful, an exceptional open ice skater. He's a very good athlete. What we talked about with the Ruck brothers being rigid mechanically with a shorter stride, the opposite applies to Bogachev. He's very athletic gifted, gets off his center line, phenomenal stride depth. He has the three-point flexion I mentioned earlier. The big thing with him that separates how we view him relative to other people in consensus or in the general population there is we think there's a lot more talent here that's untapped than people think, much like we did with Kirill Marchenko in 2018. We got Kirill Marchenko right. Now, I'm not saying he has that ceiling, but we do think it's high enough where he can be an efficient 45, 50-point player who can score 25 goals for you. He has a very soft catch and release. He has very good bottom hand activation that's similar to Wyatt Cullen's when he's looking to shoot. He can shoot from distance. The big thing with him, I was going to do a bit of a Chernyshov comparison. One thing with him is he's a right winger, but he's a left shot. What that means is that he's very good at using his skating in combination with changing his angles to find lateral passing setups off the back end, but also being able to use a 10-2 hip turn and just peel and cut right through and go directly to the net. So what I mean is he gets a lot of opportunities offensively because he has so many multiple types of options available to him, much in the same way Chernyshov does. This kid has a decent set of hands, and again, the touch is pretty impressive for the toolkit and the base. This is a home run of home runs, and Montreal is terrifying.
Yeah, so all it took was someone who went to my high school and has common friends with me to finally make the right pick here.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, love this pick. Not just because we love the player, but I just think it's. I looked at where they were picking, and I was like, he's never going to get there, and they did have to trade up. But they were the first team that I thought was the perfect fit. I just didn't think he'd get that far, and holy crap, what a great trade up to grab him. Exactly what they need.
Basically, when he's NHL ready, that might be it for Josh Anderson in Montreal. So he kind of
perfect timing.
Yeah, when he's ready, that young core is just going to be right in their prime.
They're peaking. They're going to peak.
Just ready for him to come protect them. And,
that's exactly it.
This is like, I think, and I mean, I saw Tom Wilson play live. I think he's more skilled than Tom Wilson at the same age. Tom Wilson has come a long way over his career, but there's Tom Wilson traits in just being a nasty SOB, and then he's gonna have some talent to him. Like he's gonna be the protector and destroy people, create space for the small skill. But this guy's he's not just a grunt. Like he's got some talent to him, and that's why we had him so high on our list, way up at 11. I didn't think he'd get out of the top 20. The Russian factor obviously played a factor because there are some teams that just don't do it for whatever reason, and that hurts those teams in my opinion. But you see what Montreal's done with some Russians here, and they just got a good one.
Philly just took the London D, Sokolovsky.
Well.
London, said it earlier.
You
London.
said it earlier. There it is. Well,
I was
Well,
gonna
I guess I
say,
gotta talk
I was
about
gonna
it.
say,
I got about
Pugachev is the human tank, but like Sokolowski is,
the other one. Yeah.
like,
So I drove Mark Hunter crazy talking about this kid this year when they weren't playing him. Like there's like so many phone calls, and a lot of the phone calls I'll just say, like, Mark's such a good guy. Outside of my family, nobody called me more than Mark Hunter to check on my health, and I'm not going to go into all that here. You know, people that follow us know. But so that was a lot of the conversations, was just him giving a call, see how I was doing. But this year with this player, it was driving scouts crazy that he was not in the lineup, and because I talked to Mark so often, I just wouldn't let up. Like, you know, I remember one call I just said, "Oh, I heard there's a really big, huge rush on London, but doesn't get to play." Just working different ways around the angle to just drive him crazy. And then obviously the trade deadline, it all changed, and pretty much knew that was going to happen, that they would be dumping some D and he'd get his chance. And really, what I saw in training camp was a player who had some offense to him. And if you look at his stats when he was playing midget or whatever, like he did have points. He can walk a blue line. You didn't see any of that this year. They just dumbed down his game and made him keep it simple, try and eliminate mistakes. But he has more talent than people think, more puck skills than people think. I'm not saying he's a power play one guy, but he can move the puck pretty well. And then he's a nasty SOB. He just destroys people and loves it. And then in the playoffs, they played the Sioux, and he absolutely just drove Brady Martin crazy and shut him down. And that was it for me. I mentioned earlier that I was going to see Reed. Well, I was going to see Reed play against Sokolowski to make my final decision on Sokolowski. And 2 Brady Martin shutdown games went a long way to seeing what he could do with really not playing that much. He played half a year. So to me, the upside, I think you're going to see him back in London this year, and people won't recognize how far he's going to develop this year. Nasty son of a bitch who has some puck skills and ridiculous reach, and he's 6'7". And I didn't even mention his skating, which I think we gave him a 9. If we didn't, then it's pretty much a 9.
8.5. We gave him just under 9.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, we probably took it off for just a little bit of agility, but it's impressive at that size what he does skating wise.
So, some people think he has bad feet, but let's not go there, okay?
It's impressive, his skating.
Yeah, first time I saw him, Mark, you told me, he's like, watch this kid. You're gonna like him. I'm like, okay. And then I watched like 3 games where he played like 10 minutes per game, and I'm like, he looks like a first rounder all day. He looks like Zadorov 2.0, like a baby Zadorov, and he's so raw that there's some risk with that. You don't know what the next few years are going to be like, but how much he improved this year in the second half and his playoff performance was like, we had him 20 on our list. So the size, the skating, he's playing for the best coach in the CHL too. Hopefully for the next 2 years. He might go college after. We'll see, but that's a nice pick by Philly here. Worst case, he's a third pairing monster, like better version than Logan Stanley because he can actually skate compared to Stanley. So
he's so much better than Logan Stanley was at the same age.
Yeah, better puck skills too.
Logan Stanley couldn't handle anybody going wide. You'd get beat constantly. Like to me, there's no comparison between him and Logan Stanley at the same age. Sokolowski's much better.
Yeah, he's creative too. Like that's the one thing you think massive, rugged defenseman, probably stationary. He's not. He's not stationary at all. Spin off pressure. He's actually pretty mobile at the line, which is extremely surprising. When he's confident, he'll activate and do some very interesting things with the puck. And Mark mentioned the range. Good luck getting the puck off of him, right? Like 6'7", 240 now. What's he going to be? 6'7", 6'8", 265? Like it's going to be ridiculous. So he's the nastiest net front player outside of Yaroslav Matchev, who we'll probably be talking about tomorrow on day 2 in this draft. You cannot handle this kid in box outs. You're going to get crushed. The one area where things need to improve is the puck movement through the neutral zone, just getting the pucks moved to the right player at the right times. There's a bit of inconsistency with that aspect to him. But as long as he holds under pressure and gets things moving in the right direction, then he can be one of the most unique defensemen that you have to match up against. And that's one thing for Philly. It's, Philly's got some interesting pieces, but this is a real unicorn of a player.
We have a trade.
Oh, here we go.
We have a trade to announce.
It's been a while since I used that. Vegas trade down again. Anaheim move one spot, and Vegas gets pick 117 also. So
good for Vegas for restocking the cupboard, though. They're getting more picks than expected here, which is fantastic for them because they had nothing coming in.
Yeah.
So Anaheim's up here?
Yeah.
Okay. Anaheim is back. Oh, man. Anaheim. Okay, we talk about they go to the queue all the time. Zellweger's gone.
Lyle
makes Blyle is by far the most talented player still available on outside of Villeneuve, but again, risk factor with Villeneuve.
From the queue, you mean?
But yeah, from
I mean, that's fine, but
yeah,
because actually, it wouldn't even shock me if they went with LaFive.
Listen, it'd be awesome. It's a good pick too. People are gonna be like, "Who is that? What's going on?" But no, it's an awesome pick, and what they need, like. I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I'm trying to think of who else. Do they take Jack Hextall? Do they take a center who's intelligent, who has some potential?
Sherbakov is still on the board.
Love to see it. I'd love to see Sherbakov go here in the top 32. If he does not go in the top 32, whoever gets him on day 2 is right up there with Winnipeg for me in terms of stealing the draft. Like if Sherbakov hits, he will literally be a Russian Malte Gustafsson. You get that in the between 33 and 45. What are we even talking? That's unbelievable value. Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. There's still time for that to happen. What about who else? Is this where we see Ignatievicius or Herkansen go? What about William McHanson? They love Swedes.
Oh, the pick has been made, and it's
Nordmark.
Oh,
Jerome wanted
Did
to
they take
talk
Nordmark? They swung it up. They swung right.
Jerome, it's time for you to go first and talk about a flip.
God. Well, I mentioned Hermanson early on. Those two wingers, like they're talented. I just don't trust them. So the compete level of Nordmark really, to be fair, like when he played in the SHL, Brad, like it was not actually.
It was better.
Yeah, but like in junior international tournament, it was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
He's talented. He's a really good playmaker. Skating is fine. I think we rated as a 5.5. I think that selection is like, look what's around him there's not many really talented player. So
right.
Skill, yeah, they're taking skill. We're at the end, like I was just talking about. The talent's going to fall off a cliff here a little bit. It's down a tier as far as the next grouping of players. So they're just taking the guy with all the talent.
The most talented.
There's a lot of like third, fourth line player available that will go. This kid, right. if he proves me wrong, like he's a top 6 player.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
I'm not going to bet on it. And this kid's a lot like, for everybody listening, Vegas' second round pick last year, Wozniak in a lot of areas. Like very talented, good frame, solid skating base. The pace leaves a lot to be desired. And just with Wozniak, it was his lack of drive to actually go to the inside with the shooting mechanics. And being willing to play a hybrid power game, he just refused to play it. With this kid, just gets drowned out when he's not willing to play. However, for his faults, you're talking one of the best playmakers available still in this class outside of Marcus Ruck there and a couple others. But he, brilliant playmaker at times, phenomenal on the power play. You're talking about a power play one upside type of talent. Just a phenomenal amount of natural talent. Let's put it this way. I remember reading an article on him that suggested that, or asked him, it was like, who do you think is the most underrated talent in the draft? And he said himself. And there's certain answers you just don't want to hear. That's an answer you don't want to hear. That's not the only thing I've ever heard about him off the ice type of thing. But let's put it this way. He has some maturing to do for sure. But if he hits, then he's going to be a phenomenal pick at this stage in the draft.
Yeah. Okay. Question here that we got. So I want to, from a Panthers fan, what the value of those late picks? Because I'm wondering if it's worth my Panthers packaging 40 and 48 to trade back in the first round. I would never trade 40 and 48 to get back in the first round. I don't think that's gonna cost you that much.
There's only one scenario I would have done it, and it's not really applicable anymore, which is, say theoretically Trey Ball or Borochev went already. Florida desperately needs further goaltending in their system, especially with Bobrovsky going. Tarasov is still a wild card. Grosimiuk is coming off a very mediocre year. So if there was an option there where they could come back in and guarantee themselves a Trable or Borochev, really bolster that aspect of their pipeline, that would be the only scenario I think it would make some sense. Otherwise, probably stand pat and just get the 40. I mean, right now, Anthony, you might be getting Sherbakov at 40th, and then I'm flipping chairs. I'm trying to do a backflip. I might break something because then Florida comes back into Winnipeg territory for me in terms of having such a premium draft.
Okay, so, Vegas made their pick. It's Juho Piparinen from Finland.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, you want to go, Jerome?
Well, captain of the Finnish national team, well, the U18 national team, played part of the season in the Liga, some other part in U20. One of the best first pass, I think, Brad, that in this draft. He makes quick decision. Like, his passing ability is probably his best asset. 6'2", 6'3". He has some physicality. I don't know if it's yeah. So it's been a bit inconsistent, but he's got the size. He's a Finn, so we think overall, I think we can bet that it's gonna be fine. Not a power play guy, I think. So I think the skating also came along. I was pretty pleased with I don't think he had a great U18 tournament, but
he's better than U20s.
But the skating was good. I was pleased with how much the skating improved. So we did drop him out of our first round, but he was a first round potential pick all year basically. So he just dropped at the end in the second half for us. So yeah, so that's my quick take here on Piparinen.
Yeah, he's a cerebral puck mover. With puck movers, with us at HP, one thing we look for is a secondary defensive skill set. Is he physical? Is he hard to play against? Is he very good at anticipating advanced plays so that he can get out in front of them, break them up before they really start? Can he do those things? And admittedly, he was kind of mixed within that regard, which is why, as Jerome mentioned, that we moved him back a bit. But pound for pound, one of the best processors in this class in terms of being able to, under pressure, move the puck in the right direction to the right player at the right time. At the U20s, he was wrongfully kept off the roster there. And then when they finally put him on it, he was very good at adapting in real time there as one of the youngest players, if not the youngest. I think he was the youngest player featured at the U20s. And he was immediately showing his ability to just calibrate directly to the pace of play and move pucks quickly. And that really showcases why he was able to hold in Liga, why he showed a level of mental maturity that's beyond his years. And one of the main reasons I'm sure that Florida looked at him and decided to select him.
All right, we have 3 picks left: Calgary, Carolina, Ottawa. I'm gonna bet Carolina trades down.
You think so?
They always
Oh,
trade
I'll
down every
come on.
year.
Sherbakov's there. They can't do it to us. The Russian, Carolina, Sherbakov. It's got to happen. It's got to
trade down to Pittsburgh so Pittsburgh can take Marcus.
Oh, possible. That's possible.
Maybe.
Yeah. That'll be
It's not
interesting.
going to be Calgary taken because the pick's in. So
Lanny McDonald's back.
Here we go.
Who's this going to be?
Sherbakov. Oh, maybe Borishev, the goalie. That's my prediction.
This could be sure.
The goalie goes because I said both would go, and right now I'm in trouble.
This could be sure.
I don't know if either are going.
This could be Sherbakov.
It's a heck of a
Goalie
pick.
wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, goalie wouldn't be bad either. And they've already drafted Russian goalies recently, several, not just one. So they drafted the kid out of Dynamo that we had some time for, but then ultimately left him off our list. Do you remember his name, Jerome? I can't remember.
Yegorov.
Igor Yegorov, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Arsenov. Arsenov is
It's Jack Extall.
so there you go. Smart center, 200-foot game, very good playmaker. One thing with him that's interesting, rarely you see it. I thought his skill threshold actually increased as the season progressed. Typically, I thought his hands, he showed better hands, better shooting mechanics, very dangerous on the man advantage, not the best skater. That's one of the reasons usually with centers, smart centers go really high in drafts. The reason he fell is that the skating is a bit more rigid, especially with his hip line. There's a lot of issues mechanically with his hip line. He doesn't. So, for instance, one of the reasons we think Maxim Sokolovsky is such a gifted skater is for a 6'7" kid, his posture is spectacular. It's almost flawless. It's almost like Elias Salomonson's posture and hip line put into a 6'7" frame. With Hextall, it's the opposite. His posture breaks down very quickly. He skates over the top of his center line, and it makes him a very inefficient skater mechanically. So the bet here for Calgary is that they work with that skating and get the power up. And not so dissimilar, guys, to Connor Zary, who they're looking to trade, right?
I was going to say.
Yeah. Right, yeah, not so dissimilar. They don't mind taking projects when it comes to the skating basis if they think the kid's smart enough to make up for it, which is obviously the case here with Hextall.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, I had like a hard time getting on board. Not on board, but like trying to figure him out because I had so many games where I was just like
vanilla.
Yeah, a bit vanilla.
Yeah.
Him and Klepov were so good together at the Linka, like on a power play. They were dynamic, very, very dynamic together on a power play. 5-on-5 a bit less. But teams can't find centers anywhere, so it's not a huge. We didn't have him ranked there, but we pretty much called it that he was going to go in the top 32 anyway.
Chris lost a bet. I told Chris he's going to go top 32, and Chris is like, "I'll bet you on that."
That's why he didn't show up tonight.
Yeah, Chris is like, "I don't want to be part of that."
Yeah, for those watching, Christian is our USA scout, and something came up. He texted about 6 that he couldn't make it, so hopefully he'll be able to join Brad tomorrow and let Brad.
Yeah, join Brad. Join Brad.
Well, Chris, we should give Chris so Chris's evaluation of this player was that he thinks he plays, but it's very likely a depth role. He thought fourth line center. Our debate was third line center potentially. We went back and forth as a staff. That was one of the ongoing debates, is exactly how high could he get in the lineup. Do you know what's fascinating to me, guys? My player comp for this player was Joel Farabee. Where is Joel Farabee?
In Calgary.
Also, I'm going to mention our Q-based scout, Joel, who also couldn't make it, but he texted me just about an hour ago that he's going to be trying to also join Brad tomorrow.
Awesome. I need the help. I don't know the Q that well.
I'm going to be the producer.
Yeah, we'll need you once Liam Lefebvre moves up into the top 40 there. You get your guy.
Which name is hardest to pronounce, Brad? Lefebvre?
The one that Nashville traded. I'm not even gonna try. I can't ever do it. I can't. That truck of a player. I can't remember how to spell or pronounce his name.
Zachary Leroux.
Leroux. I can't do it. My tongue is meant to eat a lot of food, not roll. Okay, I can't roll with the R's or anything else.
Yes. What's Xavier Villeneuve's name?
Xavier Villeneuve.
How do you pronounce it?
Let's say Xavier Villeneuve. I've heard Xavier. Do you say Xavier? I don't know.
That's good for Brad. That's like he nailed that for him.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I can say
some of them like he
no
he says a name and you have no idea who he's talking about.
Usually it's Americans or Canadians. I can't Jim like the O'Briens of the world. Can't get those. I don't know why. Too many of them. But who's up next? What pick are we?
31. It's the Hurricanes.
Oh, okay, sure. If it's not Sherbakov or Borchev, what are we talking about? Come on, it's got to be a Russian
trade. It's a trade for Pittsburgh. They're gonna.
Oh,
not really, but
it's over.
No, I don't know yet. We'll see.
Oh,
this is the time for Pittsburgh to make their trade.
Well, it's also the time for the Hurricanes to trade down because they trade down every year.
Carolina always trades down. Pittsburgh needs to trade up.
Yeah, and this is taking a while.
I mean, Carolina look at their situation and say, okay, Brendan Bussey pulled we had him higher than anyone, Jerome. We got lucky the Bussey front. I really had time for Bussey. I thought he should have gotten more of an opportunity in Boston, to be honest with you. It's kind of a miracle that Carolina had him fall in their lap. What's the question?
It's not a question. It's a
that's awesome.
Compliment.
Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna bring in Ryan. PSC.
So everybody, we're bringing in one of our former scouts who was actually back with us this year. He left for the Sudbury Wolves for 7 years and decided to leave Sudbury at the beginning of last summer and approached me to just come back and do OHL draft for a year. So Ryan Yessi, how long were you with us, Ryan? About 7?
7 years.
Yeah, so 7 with us, then 7 with Sudbury, and back 8 with us for a year this year.
8 with Sudbury, and then I came back for the 8th year, so I kept everything even. It's 8 and 8.
Yeah. Anyway, we just thought we'd bring on Ryan because he shot me a text asking about Nordmark, because Ryan saw Nordmark at the U17 and was commenting on him and another defenseman. So I just said to Jerome, we'll just send him the link. He can join us for the end of the show here.
Yeah, I saw Nordmark when I was working with Sudbury at the U17s in Sarnia, and he was fantastic. He was able to set guys up, finish with equal ability. He was right up there in terms of the best talent there. So I was a little surprised when I saw how low you guys had him and some of the feedback. But obviously these guys change a bit when they get to those international tournaments. They play in the league, and that was a year and a half ago. And I was saying about Pipparainen, it was interesting that him and Gustafsson were one. Gustafsson was 1 and he was 2 at that U17 tournament for me. They're clearly the 2 best Euro defensemen. So I thought it was interesting how they both ended up maintaining those slots going in the NHL draft.
We have a trade.
Oh,
Pittsburgh.
No, it's Nashville is moving up.
So close, Dave. Right? You're so close.
I got the trade right. That's okay.
Does Nashville take him and then try to trade him to Pittsburgh?
Maybe Nashville takes.
Nashville needs a goalie.
I was gonna say
Nashville needs Trable or Borchev right now. I'm vote Trable. I think Trable's the first goalie taken because mechanically he's ahead of Borchev. Less to develop. Might not have the higher ceiling between the two, which is why we have Borchev at 1 2, but I won't be shocked at all if this is Trable.
Wow. Okay, Nashville traded
42 and 56.
Yeah. That's
so to me. We just talked about it with the question we got there from our listener. The only time you do this if it's the goalie. To me, if you think Trable or Borchev's that far ahead of the others and there's a tier separation, that would be the only time where the value makes sense.
Fucking exhausted.
In fact, I don't like that trade back. It falls off too much down there.
Yeah,
Other drafts,
maybe.
okay. This draft, I don't like that trade back personally.
yeah. The only way it makes sense is if you solidify the goalie at one. Your top goalie, you grab him. That's the only way I would ever think it would make sense at this stage. Or
No, I'm talking about the Carolina point of view.
from Carolina's point of view, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, they're trading out of the end of where it was
Right.
getting a little more iffy anyway.
Right. Well,
Down to
they got a
42,
smart
56.
staff, and it's all math based. It's all percentage based for them. So they must think that there must be just enough depth value.
Like I said, other drafts, yeah, okay. This one, not so much for me.
All right.
Look where our list starts to.
Yeah, just for fun, we can look at our best player available. Sherbakov, Atkinson, Aram Olsen, Tommy Blau. Tommy Blau's still there.
Surprise. Yeah, he'll go probably at the top of round two.
Ignatevicius, Rogoski, Marcus Rock.
He might go right here.
Those are pretty good players still. Like that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Decent depth.
It's a weird
And trade
it's a weird draft where like the talent drops in the mid first, but then you have a lot of good depth player that could
Right.
so
Well, it goes. It's pretty
Later.
equal. It's pretty equal from this range for the next 15 or so, at least, right?
the pick is in.
Vixen.
I'll play my song. And who is this?
Blale.
Tommy Blyle.
There it is. There it is. Take it away, Jerome.
No goalie for you.
They've gone to the queue before.
Yeah, super smart defenseman, really good feet. Just doesn't make a lot of mistake out there. Just had like the single, probably greatest rookie season by a defenseman in the league ever. Just got better and better. Like he was pretty much a nobody at the start of the year. Nobody really know who he was. Even in Moncton, like I remember talking with someone with the Wildcats, and he was like, "Oh, Ryan Chudzinski is the big guy to watch for the draft." And then did not take long for Tommy Blyle to take over. And Chudzinski might be a second round, third round pick, but Blyle was it was a lot of him versus Villeneuve this year when we watched both of them.
It took me one viewing.
Yeah, well, you don't you cannot talk about Villeneuve. Blyle just got better and better, and they played each other in the playoff, and it was like a no-brainer. Blyle was the better of the two, and he will need to improve a few things, like a bit more tenacity, a bit more physicality from him when he defends. But he defends with his feet, he defends with his stick. I would argue he's got one of the best defensive stick in the draft. So there's some Adam Fox in the way he plays. I think he does. I think Adam Fox is his favorite player.
A little bit of Morrissey.
Morrissey?
A little bit.
Some of his playmaking.
Yeah. But Morrissey is pretty aggressive. Like
Very aggressive.
Yeah, I just meant in his movement, like when he's moving around through the neutral zone and even into the offensive zone. It just reminds me of the way Morrissey used to do it.
That's fair. Yeah, the huge thing here is like he is specialized. So you look at his playmaking rates; they're ridiculous. He is the best bank passer, stretch bank passer I think I've ever seen. Like some of his bank playmaking is just superhuman, and he needs it because when he's under pressure, he has to be able to find ways to get the puck distributed in ways that some of these other bigger D don't. And so he has that. He's extremely, extremely fast to process the play. Much like Juho Piparinen, when we talked about the processing rates, Blale is right at the top of this class. I know for some of you, it's like, how is Villeneuve still available? Blale isn't. It always comes down to the efficiency rates of the player. Right now, Villeneuve is a zero-sum player who has a very high-risk game and showed very little in his development curve. Blale is the complete opposite. He showed a tremendous amount of structure, plays with a tremendous amount of poise, and has one of the best curves in this class. So that's the gist of it. The thing Jerome mentioned it, that the pace of play is the one major concern here. Usually with a player under 6 feet, 6'1" on the back end, you're looking for the established pace to be there so they can show the motor, show the willingness to be able to engage at the rate necessary to hold under these heavy forechecks that we saw in the finals there with Vegas and Carolina. That's not present now, but it's his rookie season, the Q. So the bet is, once you allow him to establish himself a bit more and get more comfortable, that he can start using his motor at a higher rate because the skating is there. So that's Tommy Blale.
Yeah, needs to improve his
Okay.
shot too. This shot is like he's so creative, but on the power play, he needs to improve his shot to really become a true PP1.
That's just like Villeneuve, huh? Almost identical with Villeneuve. Villeneuve also needs to improve his shooting mechanics.
Yeah.
That was one of the drawbacks of Villeneuve.
All right, Ottawa's up next, the last pick. That's a Dadonov pick. They cannot trade it.
We're pulling for Sen's army here.
I mean, they had a good first pick there. Like Ottawa, Lagerberg Hohen's a great pick for him.
I love it. Love that pick.
They need more of that. They need more sandpaper. I'm still thinking Ryder Kelly. Center, natural 200-foot game, play bigger in the size, even though he's not small by any stretch of imagination. He's just a big kid, but he can play really big. Soft set of hands, silky mitts, very intelligent, can find options, can make his team better in a multitude of ways, defensively responsible, exceptional on the boards. Like there's a whole lot there with Ryder Kelly.
All right, the
And
pick
he's
is in. Jackson Cover,
Wild card.
London
Mark
Knights. Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, he was a bit of a slider for me this year. Good player. Like he could hit. I just think there's less chance than he hits than I did at the beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, I thought he was more of a skilled scorer, but it turned out he was more of a playmaker, which is fine. But his consistency wasn't fantastic. There was definite slumps during the season where I didn't think his compete was up high enough. And then hockey sense wise, you can tell he hasn't played the game a long time, and that's not his fault because that's the story behind him is that he hasn't been playing very long. But it started to show up for me more and more as I watched the season go along. So he could definitely hit because he has skill. The playmaking skills are actually very good. But I just started to think there was less chance of him hitting based on the hockey sense and some of the consistency issues. So for me, he's kind of slid down about 10 spots or so out of that top 32.
Yeah. I mean, Ottawa is going with skills.
Talented.
Lagerberg Owens. Because they have, let's be honest, like Ottawa, they don't have much in terms of prospects. And that's their biggest issue, I think, as a franchise. It's what you see is what you get. Basically, they have nothing coming up other than Yakimchuk. So
they took long-term projects essentially. Both are long-term projects. Hone and Cover need time to develop. That's one of the more interesting things I think about it. The question I have for you, Mark, do you think he could develop into a hybrid power forward? Do you think he has elements that maybe he can become a more physical player, more inside driven, uses playmaking with his shoulder line? And
I didn't see signs of it.
No.
I didn't. If I did, I mean, he's in London. They get better, right? So normally I weight that a lot. For me to drop a London guy that I had high, that doesn't happen very often.
Very rare.
Right?
Yeah.
Very, very rare for me to do that because guys get better in London. So
McMichael.
Yeah, McMichael drove me batshit crazy. But look, he was just traded.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that confidence that would want that I'd want to kind of see my name on his attached to him too high. I mean, there was a point for sure I'd take him, but it wouldn't have been this high.
Yeah, we had him 40 on our list.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, not that far off, but
Not that
40 is a big difference when you're crossing them off your list. It's not 10 picks away, right?
Sure.
You got to cross these names off, and it takes
Essentially
longer
third
than 10
round.
picks. Yeah, 40 could have been third round. So.
Yeah. So let's hype him up a bit for Ottawa fans here. Okay, a couple of things. One, hands are silky smooth. He's got some phenomenal set of hands on him. Very, very naturally talented, creative. One thing I really like about his game, it's very difficult for opposing defense to pick up what he's going to do. He does not telegraph his intentions at all. He can mask his shot seamlessly into his lateral playmaking setups, and that goes far for him because he is a natural playmaker. So not the best shooter, but he's very good at mechanically blending his options offensively. That makes him dangerous in transition. It makes him dangerous when he's moving east-west. And we've talked about like how Gleb Pogachev, we think his game can translate offensively, but Pogachev is much more like a north-south player, where this player thinks multi-directionally. He can make a lot of plays east-west and find trillion options with his playmaking and uses multi-touch handling to mask his intentions. So there is a very interesting raw base to mold. It's just, as Mark said, it's inconsistent, difficult to see him develop a power game. And for those reasons, that's why we had him back a bit.
Yeah, and in his defense too, I should have mentioned, because I was kind of pointing out the negatives instead of some of the positives. He didn't have a whole lot to work with. London was not as blessed with offensive talent this year as usual. After the Memorial Cup, a lot of that talent was gone. So they were a lot more starving for some skill up there. So he was playing with some grunts at times and making some plays that weren't finished and that sort of thing. So I'm not trying to be too negative on him. It's just, it's very rare that I have a London guy that's a faller like that. So I was kind of trying to point out the reasons why he was a faller for me, because we have him top 32 in our first list of the year.
Right. So big takeaways, guys. Who are the winners? Who do we?
Hey, Ryan, just quickly, what did you think of him in his OHL draft year?
I thought he developed a lot. He played for York Simcoe, and the first thing you noticed was his hands. His hands were fantastic, but there was just something off. And as you learned over a little bit of time that, hey, this guy's new to hockey and stuff like that, it started to make sense. And we saw a lot of growth in his OHL draft year in terms of his understanding of the game and understanding how to play the game. And I think he grew a lot in York Simcoe. And then obviously, like, he's in London. I know he's committed to, I think it's Penn State, but I think another year in London isn't going to hurt him. I think that this is a guy that, as long as he's a sponge there in London and keeps learning, I think, it might be a long path for him, but just seeing his development from the start of the year in his U16 year to here, I know he didn't quite grow as much as I think you guys were hoping this year, but I think there's still that great area for him to be a sponge, learn from this coaching staff in London, and get better from there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so it's that's all 32 picks, guys. What do we think?
Winnipeg wins. Winnipeg's won the draft, and it's over. Washington, Savanto at what was it, 18?
San Jose, Stanberg, Verhoff.
San Jose was. Yeah,
who's the true pick? I forgot.
Ryan Lynn.
Oh yeah, jeez.
That's a monster draft.
Yeah.
Montreal getting the pug at 28?
26?
Yeah.
26?
20.
Perfect spot for him. Perfect pick.
Exactly what they need.
Exactly.
Never thought he'd get past 20. So that was the first team I looked at as like, where's he the fit? And then I was like, oh, he's not going to get that far.
Right.
But yeah, that was a great pick. Montreal, man, they're on a roll here.
We still have close to 1,500 viewers.
Oh, it's awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Ryan is bringing like all the viewers.
Ask us anything you want. Anybody have any questions about any of the picks, any of the selections for your team?
Yeah, Brad can do this for 24 hours.
Predictions for day 2.
One thing I want to throw out there about Winnipeg is I think it was Kyle Connor was a guy that we had really high, and they took it. Like, Winnipeg's been doing this for a very long time, taking a guy that you guys have high, and there's no way he gets to him, and then he gets to Winnipeg and he stops at Winnipeg every time.
Yeah, we joked about it. Kyle Connor, I think we had 4th or 5th, and he got to 18th.
Yeah,
Had him
Perfetti.
Yeah, I remember that.
Perfetti. So that one might be going south for us. We'll see.
Perfetti. Also, what's his face?
Solomonson. We had
Just won the
Solomonson
cup.
higher.
I mean, Barlow.
Barlow. Oops.
Yeah, that one also.
That was an oops. We tried to warm
Halifax. Who's the Halifax kid? Just won the cup with Carolina.
Ehlers.
Ehlers we had higher, and he slid to them at 9, I think.
Yeah. There's a couple teams, right? Utah, Carolina, Winnipeg. There's a lot of philosophical overlap with what we do. A lot of, like Utah. I mean,
I don't know if it's philosophical with the Jets. They just get our guy that slides.
He just takes it. But like with Carolina and Utah, there's so much overlap with how we try to exploit the Russian markets, and and Montreal now too. Like Zorowski, we had higher than most people. Pug, we have higher than anyone.
Well, one question I'd have for you guys is we used to have some fun and do the 33rd pick, and we've had some good ones. There's the D in Florida, Gustav
Forsling.
Nyquist.
Forsling was one of those guys that we had high enough. That was one of our next. So if you guys had the next pick in the draft, who would you guys want with that pick?
Well, if we're just basing this on our list, it would be Sherbakov.
Sherbakov for sure would be the top dog. But if we were to do personal preference, like favorite type of pick,
I mean, it's tough when you don't have a team.
it's tough.
Yeah,
but
and that's the part of this that gets lost is we don't have a roster, so every year is this blank slate, which isn't the worst thing in the world to just draft great players, put them in order and draft them. But there's some certain things that you wouldn't do. I mean, if you already had, a couple small D or your forwards up front were already small and that sort of thing. Obviously, there's adjustments as the draft's rolling along, and then obviously you're adjusting to your own picks. Your own selections. Sometimes it'll cross off a future pick. So, but yeah, you can only do it with the 33rd pick because then everything changes. You can't do the whole thing. But
we got a question for Brad.
I think it's Trable. Trable because he's the most technically advanced of the top end tier there. Further ahead than Borochev in some areas technically. So I think Borochev will end up slightly better. That's the bet. But Trable's the most, you look at him and you're like, that can't not be an NHL goalie. So yeah, I think Trable goes. And when one goes, expect a mad dash.
It always happens. The run on goalies. Always.
Run on goalies will come. Yeah. This is a deep class in net. It reminds me a little bit of 2012 from that perspective, where 2012 fell off a cliff. Not much depth in the back half. The goaltending will bolster that class. That was the Hellebuck, Vasilevsky, Korpisalo class. Merzlikins, I think, was drafted initially in that class. Several others. This class has that potential. There's so much depth in net in this class. It's really where it makes up lost ground, actually, in terms of depth, will be the goalies. I'll be ranting about them.
If you tune in tomorrow, Brad's got a good 3 hours in him talking goalies tomorrow as they all start.
No problem. We got everything covered.
Yeah. Hey, J. Brad, are you coming tomorrow?
I will be here.
Oh, Brad will explain all the goalies.
I might have to set up on
There's a couple goalies in the dub. There's a couple good goalies in the dub this year.
There's one who's ranked higher.
The one in Brendan.
Yeah. Rizik's good. Casey's good, and Medicine Hat. Couple over like
the Czechs,
Orsolak,
the Shulak, the Verznik. Yeah.
Yep.
It's
so
and then even the goalie out of Kelowna will get picked.
Every goalie in this draft is from Czechia, basically.
Yes, the heaviest Czech goalie class in history by a mile. It's crazy how many Czech goalies there are.
Like our top 15, I think we have 5 Czech.
5, yeah.
And 4 Russian.
Holy shit. We don't have many guys in our top 32 that didn't get picked, eh?
No, yeah, we did pretty good there.
I mean, it's not what we do, but we had 25 out of 32.
As usual. Very usual. I wonder how high some, like Sherbakov's got to go early, right? Like there's no chance. You talk about skill. Aram Olsen is like one of Rubric, Olsen. in terms of sheer scoring talent.
The other ruck, we didn't really.
The Ruck will go quick here. Pittsburgh will have to move, I think, back up maybe a couple spots to make sure they grab him.
I don't think
Who's
he'll stay until 30.
Mutrin wasn't really
Mutrin.
surprised. That was Christian's guy we gave him. That wasn't really a surprise.
Well, we have him as a B.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't like him. I'm just saying if you had told me before the night that Mutrin wasn't going to go in the top 32, I wouldn't have been shocked.
No,
I didn't really expect him to go tonight. Put it that way.
So, just these are the pick for tomorrow. So,
So that's Mathis Preston. Vancouver takes Preston at 33. Chicago, New Jersey.
I hope not.
I could see
Okay,
Chicago will
predict-
go with Mutrin. It feels like a Mutrin type of team. Chicago.
Yeah.
I wonder if Chicago would be the trade target for Pittsburgh so that they get the other ruck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would make a lot of sense.
39.
they will want more picks. So
Wonder who picks her boy Sherbakov. Carolina.
New Jersey might. New Jersey has no problem diving into Russians. One of my favorite not Grasimic. What's his name?
Different GM though.
That's true. I assume they kept some of the scouting staff though.
Yeah, that's good sort of there.
Yeah. Grushnik. Grushnik was a player we had a ton of time for in 2019 that they took, who's hitting the top 9. Lenny Haminaho, one of my faves of the what class was that? 2023.
Yeah.
They've had some pretty good selections actually in the back in the second round there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to think about goalies. Calgary, I could see Calgary taking Borichev. They like Russian goalies. He's going to go in the second.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, again, is going to have to move up, as you guys said. It'll be interesting. There's going to be a lot of movement, I think.
Yeah, there was some good movement tonight. Some good trades for moving around a bit. Those ones where you just move a couple slots and get your guy.
Right.
Philly did that, right? Sokolovsky knew they could get him.
Where does Villeneuve go, huh? How far does Villeneuve drop? Does he get taken pretty high here? Chicago 37? Do they go after they like specialization. They like players that are very specialized.
maybe
That's a
Seattle.
specialized player.
Seattle, maybe?
Yeah. We know Pittsburgh's going to take Ruck somehow. So
Yeah, I mean, Villeneuve to Pittsburgh would have made sense, but we know they're going to go with Marcus here.
Well, they got 2 picks. They have what's the other? They have 2 seconds, right?
54.
Oh, it's
maybe.
a little late. Yeah.
Like Hanaheim 50, that's probably where Villeneuve stops.
I think he's gone before 50.
I'm just saying. Anaheim's picking 45 too.
Maybe your power forward goes there, Liam Lefebvre or whatever however pronounce his last name. Lefebvre, Brett Favre. I give up. Okay, he's awesome though. We'll talk about it.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
I don't know. He's.
Well, so we expect Ignatius to go here pretty quick. Rogowski, Aaron Olsen, Hakanson, Villeneuve, Ryder Cali.
Chicago has done well with Q picks, but I don't know. I don't know if
do you know who surprisingly didn't go? Morozov. Morzov's outside the top 32.
No, he was drafted.
He got picked.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, who picked him? Buffalo.
How did I miss that?
You said Gergensons. You called him Gergensons.
No, I did. Yeah.
Or you did. Never mind.
Oh, you called him Jurgensons. That's right. That's right.
You
I thought
agreed.
you were talking about Ignatius at that time, just as like a discussing him in general. I didn't realize it was Morozov as a pick. I had no idea. Okay, well, shows how much I'm paying attention.
Okay, my Twitter mentions are going crazy with the Pugachev pick.
I'd say so, huh?
Yeah.
That's a heck of a pick. Oh, do you know who's going to go early here that we should? Adam Golier will go higher. Golier's going to go top.
Did not go in the first round.
No, he
as some
didn't.
people thought he would.
No, that's crazy. He'll go high. Right shot, 6'3", can skate like the wind. He will not last. He'll go somewhere in the top 40. Maybe Florida, actually. I wouldn't be shocked if Florida took a long look at a player like that
All right.
to develop.
All right, well, let's wrap it up. We got 11 a.m. tomorrow, and looks like we'll all be there to start anyway.
Hey, we reached 1,500 viewers. We have more people watching.
What do we do? We can't let them down now. We got to talk. Well, okay, everyone listening, if you can, join us for day 2 because we're crazy. We really do sweep internationally, every league, everywhere. We know a ton of the players that will be selected in day 2. We're going to go in a lot of depth. We'll talk about team chemistry, team composition, systems, whatever it takes. We'll talk about it. There will be a ton of content here discussing what's going to be selected.
All right.
Good job, everybody. Thanks to everybody in the chat and to everybody who's, oh man, if you stuck it out 4.5 hours,
Appreciate
good
it.
job.
Yeah.
Congrats on being a prospect nut. And we'll see you tomorrow morning and see how tomorrow unfolds in what will probably be a very long day. It was long last year, right? It really went long, didn't it?
Yeah, it went to like 5 or something.
Yeah, I went really long. So, know a few scouts who were pissed. Like,
You know what? So we didn't get to sleep in
for
the
their
old
flights.
days. They'd only start at 9 a.m. We would have been able to sleep in the old days if they started at 11.
I know this 11 a.m. stuff. It's getting soft. Like it was tough getting up for that 9 a.m. start a few times.
Really tough someday.
The Philly draft. Oh my God, that was like,
Yeah.
that was a rough one. Yeah, good job, everybody, and thanks to everybody who's tuned in here. We'll see you in the morning.
See ya, guys.
Everyone.